The next item on the agenda is roll call. Madam Secretary, take roll.
Okay. Tahiba Bain, Christine Baptiste Perez, Albert Benahan, Akeisha Casimir, Willie Medina, Jennifer Perez is present, Joseph Kolovic,
Present.
Robert Traber, Andre Woodson, Tahiba Bain.
All right. The next item on the agenda is our student representatives reports. We always see Miss, I remember your name, Karen Perez from Hardin High School. Go ahead, press the button. When the light comes red, you'll be able to speak. Press. Nope, I don't see anything on. Oh, problem solved. Yep. Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Karen Perez, and I am one of the student representatives from Warren Harding High School. First off, I would like to thank everyone for joining us here this evening as we come together for this meeting. Looking into the issues and concerns of our students at Harding High School, one of the major factors for us is about school bus public transportation. Through the weeks, it's been known that some elementary schools may be shut down. And as this is still in progress, students would like to know that if school bus transportation will be offered to elementary students, if it's also possible that it can apply to high school students. This question was brought up as it may result that there can be times where students are harassed and don't speak up about it while traveling in city bus public transportation. Not just that, but there may be times where other non-student individuals may approach students in a way that it may make them be in an unsafe situation. For this reason is that with all respect, we ask for awareness to this issue and concern, not only for us Harding High School students, but for other high school students who may also find themselves in this situation. Now, as spring season has arrived, there are quite some exciting events happening at our school in Harding. During the first week of April, we will hold our Spirit Week, where students will be able to dress down accordingly to the schedule set up by the Student Council and approval of our principal, Mr. Thompson. Along with the Spring Spirit Week, there will also be a Spring Talent Show held next week, and surely any capture moments of these events will be posted on our school's website and our social media. As it relates to our school's health magnet, a successful blood drive happened last week featuring the Red Cross. As the month progresses, we hope there are other exciting and important events students look forward to and become aware of. Once again, thank you for joining us this evening.
Okay, I don't see any other students here in person or any online. So we're going to move on to item 5 on the agenda, which is public comment. Right, the first speaker I have is Ms. Ann Trespasso.
Good evening, everyone. Over the past weeks, we've established not to put the cart before the horse, and that you cannot arrive at a desired product without a valid process. Here we are having put the cart before the horse and with an invalid process that did not follow BOE policies for closing schools. The need to rectify what has been done was validated by George Garcia's announcement in yesterday's Connecticut Post that a consultant will be hired to spend months analyzing the condition of all the district's buildings, after which a master plan will be developed. And that will take about 3 to 6 to 8 months. And also by the superintendent's update late this afternoon. At last week's BOE meeting, the budget still showed a $4 million savings from closing 6 schools. By Tuesday, when Superintendent Levy David spoke to the City Council about the closing, she said, "This plan does not begin to factor in until the following year, which is 2025 to 2026. There is no impact whatsoever on the 2024 to 2025 budget. Thus, the numbers initially presented are no longer valid. An adjustment needs to be made for the loss of $4 million because 3 schools will not be closing in June. I request that the adjustment be made tonight so that all here and watching virtually and to review later can see the impact on the entire budget. Even with the revised figure, it would seem hasty to vote tonight. More review seems necessary, especially since 4 of the BOE members only received the full budget last Monday at 4 p.m. No rush to judgment." Thank you.
The next speaker is Ryan Miley. I apologize if I mispronounced your name.
Hi, thank you for taking the time to speak with me and louder. All right, perfect, thank you. Well, thank you for the board for inviting me to speak today and share a resource with the Bridgeport district designed to improve student output in their work, as well as make teachers' jobs easier. So who I am, my name is Ryan Mealy. I'm a current student at Brown University, and I developed a device for educational classrooms called Turbobo. What it is it's a therapeutic stuffed animal device designed to reduce anxiety with 5 clinical features, as well as support students in any way. From this, launched a 3-month study in 5 school districts around Bridgeport, such as Stamford and New York City as well. And in this 3-month study, we did different kind of questions along the way. One was, did teachers find it that made their jobs easier? 90% of the 150 participants across these 5 school districts said absolutely. The other 10% was neutral. Not one person said no. Then we went on to say, did you notice an improvement in the students' work, in their math, English skills, reading skills? Again, 30% said a little bit, 30% said somewhat, 40% said absolutely. Not one respondent said no. So this is stunning results in how it's really shown to increase student work productivity, make the teacher's job easier, all by just removing anxiety and providing support in the same equation. So I wanted to share this resource with the Bridgeport community and hope for the board's and the superintendent's support in potentially piloting it with your schools at no cost. What that means is you shouldn't take my word for it. I'm offering a 3-week pilot period for all of your schools to pilot about 15 units at no cost so they can see the benefits firsthand. And then from there, you decide what you'd like to do. If it's okay, I have a page just outline this. Am I able to drop that off your table?
No, but you can leave it at the side and I'll make sure all board members get it at the end.
All right, thank you.
The next speaker is Ashley Aguilera.
Hello. I'm appalled at the lack of transparency that there's been around regarding the budget. We're now entering April next week, and yet we have not had any public forums related to the budget. This time last year, we've had at least 3 public forums related to the budget that the public was open to speak at, ask their questions, come learn about what's going on. So we need to have a public forum so we the people understand what we're spending our money on. This is not really a good example of effective leadership when you procrastinate on a subject that you have months to discuss and reflect. You're forcing it down our throats if you vote on this budget today. I want to ask why there's such a rush to pass this budget when we haven't had adequate time to review it. As Mr. Passo said, 4 board members only received the budget full package last week, and it hasn't been made publicly accessible yet to us. Clearly, we, this people, have stood before you to discuss on items that we don't want you to spend money on. Last week or the week before, we approved the PR consultant. We also had relay. There was plenty of opposition against those, especially when the budget wasn't out yet. You continuously act in your own interest, especially when there's clear opposition against what you have on your agenda. The budget needs to be an open and transparent process, and we need time to digest this information. Your lack of planning does not constitute an emergency on our part for the community to swallow the budget. I'm urging the board to once again delay this vote until there's been a community forum and that all board members have their questions answered. I'd also like to add that holding our board meetings at Fairchild Wheeler is not accessible, and it's a terrible decision. Where we stand right now is actually on Trumbull property. It's not even technically Bridgeport. This property is not a reflective of who we are as a community, and I'm pleading with you to change the location. Thank you.
The next speaker is Callie Heilman.
Hi, good evening. My name is Callie Heilman, and I'm a parent of 3 children at Black Rock School. I'm also the president and co-director of Bridgeport Generation Now. We have some questions for you about the budget that you're discussing tonight, but also just want to echo what Ashley said about the lack of community forums on the budget so that questions can be asked and answered, as well as the lack of a document that the public can read ahead of time. It's concerning that there's public comment on an agenda item that the public doesn't have access to. But the first question that we have is about the proposed $3.5 million of savings. And the question, to echo what Ms. Trapasso said, is where are the savings coming from? The school closure plan is now on hold, and so we need to see a line item budget that outlines the proposed savings and how they will be realized. The second question is, what is the plan to achieve the $20.2 million request from Mayor Ganem and the City Council? In the 8 years that we've organized around this issue, we've never seen an increase that matches that level, let alone matches the district's request. If you all have access to information which you haven't shared, like assurances or conversations with the mayor and City Council, or if you know something that we don't know, it would be great if you could communicate that with us, because we need to know how to advocate. Do you want us to show up at City Hall and send emails to elected officials or not? By not communicating with the community, it's not working. You're just creating confusion and honestly sowing distrust. 3, what happens if we don't get the $20.2 million from the city or the additional $8 million from the state? If the plan is to use more from the internal service fund, what happens next year when that fund is depleted and we'll need even more additional dollars to close the gap that's created when the city and state underfund us? 4, why are we not receiving the $1 million state-funded Right to Read grant in fiscal year 24-25? We received this grant last year. It's $1 million of state money, and it is $0 in this year's budget.
Please
so
wrap up
thank
your
you for your
comment.
time.
Thank you. The next speaker we have is Janine Davis.
Hello, my name is Jameem Davis, and I am also the Vice President and Co-Director of Bridgeport Generation Now. I was also born, raised, and educated right here in Bridgeport. Gen Now is a member-based grassroots organization with over 300 members. We are women-led, resident-led, and intergenerational. Our mission is to strengthen civic engagement in ourselves and our communities so that we can build the just, equitable, democratic, and livable city we know is possible. We were started in 2016, and from day one, racial equity in education has been an issue at the center of our organizing. We released a policy guide in 2017 that, amongst other items, called on the City Council and the mayor to, quote, commit to fully funding Bridgeport public schools at the requested levels of the Board of Education. Sadly, as those of us who've been on the ground know, the complete opposite has happened. The mayor and council did not fund our public schools at the requested amount that year or any year following, and yet we still kept showing up. We hold an education budget forum annually for our members, community, and many of you who sit on the board have attended those budget forums. Our members have given countless hours of public testimony before the City Council and the state's Appropriations Committee on the dire need for real, sustained, and committed funding for our public education. We have published op-eds where the latest one in 2022, one of them in 2022 asks, how can our high-tax city attract the economic investment we need and care for our children's well-being if we don't prioritize education? But that year and last year, which was an election year, GANM and the City Council funded our public schools drastically less than the amount requested by the Board of Ed. Even worse, they funded it less than the rate of inflation.
Please wrap up your final comment.
Yes, thank you. So basically, we're just here to say we're at a crossroads and we really need to understand how we are going to fill the gap between having those ESSER dollars and not having them. And we need to see the budget. Thank you.
The next speaker is Faith Sweeney.
Good evening. My name is Faith Sweeney. As a Bridgeport homeowner, taxpayer, and voter, I'm here to express my deep concern about the approach taken with the proposed 22-24 budget. According to bridgeportct.gov, the city's fiscal 2023 year ended on a very strong financial ground, including a projected surplus of over $4 million in the general fund. This surplus presents a prime opportunity to address the conditions of our public school facilities and academic performance. However, where is Bridgeport Public Schools' proposed 24-25 budget? Fairfield, Trumbull, Stratford have shared their proposed budgets as early as December, and all are accessible on their websites. I have heard repeated comparisons to these districts by the superintendent, yet I cannot find the budget on our website. These delays on our school budget have impeded board members and the community from thoroughly reviewing and discussing the proposed budget. This postponement was strategically aimed to position Mayor GANM and his team as student advocates. But these delays and lack of transparency reflect a lack of faith in our students and disenfranchise the community. As you put the school closures on hold for this budget cycle, please consider this. Districts across Fairfield County's Mold Coast have faced building maintenance challenges without resorting to permanent closures. I urge you, prioritize our students by utilizing the $4 million surplus and the $2 million allocated for relay by putting it towards the maintenance of our schools, hiring specialized educators, and providing essential resources to boost academic performance. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Gladys Walker-Jones.
Thank you. Happy March, Board of Education Appreciation Month. So in light of that, which was new learning for me, March has always been, women in history. So we'll continue to tell her story. But again, happy Board of Education Appreciation Month. So I thought it fitting to change up what it is that I had planned on talking about to just remind our board as well as our community what CABE, the Connecticut Association of Boards of Education, has to say about how to become a good Board of Ed member. Because in order to be able to do the work, we need to make sure that we rise to the level of a minimum good. So The qualities on the website indicates that a good Board of Ed member knows that he or she can legally act as a board member only when the Board of Education is in session. No one person, unless authorized, should speak on behalf of the board. Avoids administrative decisions or attempts to second guess the administration. The superintendent is the chief administrator and the board has no administrative function. Is well acquainted with district policies. A good board member should vote at all times in the best interest of the school district. A good board member is flexible and realizes that there are times when changes must be made, when tradition cannot be honored, and when pressure must be ignored. A good Board of Ed member remembers that board business often requires confidentiality, especially in processes involving our scholars, our school children, personnel, land acquisition, negotiations, and security. A good Board of Education member is interested in obtaining facts, but also remembers that the administration has responsibility for operating the schools and cannot spend all of its time making reports to an individual board member. A good Board of Education member is a good listener at board meetings, in the grocery store, in the community, or anywhere else approach, but never commits himself or herself, the board or the administration, to any specific action.
Ms. Walker-Jones?
Yes.
Please wrap up your comment.
Okay, I believe I have someone right behind me who will yield. I have 2 points, and this is on the CABE's website. Thank you. A good Board of Education member knows
Wait,
that the
so let me just be clear. Wayne Jones is going to yield his
He
time?
can yield. I have 2 more points from the website.
Okay.
Knows that the reputation of the entire school district is reflected in his or her behavior and attitude. A good Board of Education member is able to support a decision when it is made, whether or not they voted yay, nay, or chose to abstain. I also want to remind everyone that the superintendent does not have 9 separate individual bosses. Individual board members have no singular authority to provide direction to the superintendent or other staff, change policies or procedures, direct operations of the district, or make other individual decisions. The board has the authority to take action only, again, when acting as a whole during an official board meeting, i.e., actions occurs by simple majority vote at a public meeting. Some special actions, of course, require a 2/3 vote. So a simple majority for Bridgeport Public Schools is 9 divided by 2 plus 1. Individual and collective focus of board members must ultimately and consistently be on advancing the outcome of all of our public school scholars through the superintendent of schools. And in celebration of women in history, let's take a page from Shirley Anita St. Hill Chisholm, the first African-American woman in Congress and the first woman and African-American to seek the nomination for president by being unbought and unbossed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walker-Jones. Mr. Wayne Jones had yielded his time. The next speaker on the list is Joanne Kennedy.
Good evening, everyone. The scripture says, suffer the little children to come unto me and forbid them not, for such is the kingdom of heaven. We have a duty to take care of our children here in the city of Bridgeport. I am here to speak in support of Carmela Levy-David, our superintendent, who is absolutely amazing, the smartest person in the room pretty much at all times. So we're going to defer to her. She has the education. She's been there, done that. Okay? Bridgeport may be Bridgeport, but she knows what she's doing. And the people that voted for her, and it's now she is our superintendent. Thank you. Excuse me. The people that voted for her, and she is now superintendent. Don't be mad because she's smart. Sorry. Thank you, Albert, for supporting me in that. We had a conversation, and he said, we know she's sent by God. So keep on kicking up against the prick, okay? People are not afraid of you guys that want to threaten anybody. I'm not scared. If you guys want to talk to me, and it's the guys on here, save Andre. You violated FERPA, telling people's children where people's children live. You don't do that. They're punks. And yeah, I'm gonna say it just like that. Because they're not gonna come to you and say it to your face. Not me.
Miss Danielle, is that time? I heard the buzzer or
I
no?
don't know what beat.
No, so I apologize for interrupting. You'll have an additional 10 seconds.
That's okay. I'm just about done. Yeah. So don't send anybody's children on Facebook. Children's faces are Facebook, their names, where they go to school. Hello, FERPA. And we can sue you. Okay? We can sue you, Board of Education members that are doing it. And if you're bold enough to do it, you're bold enough to come in my face and tell me you do it. So I know who to sue. So cut it out. Stop the madness. Respect these women that are smart and intelligent, and let Miss Levy David do her job. See me after if you have a problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. The next speaker is Sam Lazar. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Sam Utzler, and my children are formerly of the Bridgeport School District. I do want to point out one thing, that I've been coming to Board of Ed meetings for a long time. This is my last one. And I have never, when one of the student speakers spoke, had any of you look at them or ask them a question, with the exception of the former superintendent, Tastani. I'm sure the superintendent is great and smart, but I couldn't help but notice that she, during the entire time that the speakers have been speaking, has been on her phone, gotten out snacks, and proceeded to apply hand cream. So I'm fortunate that I'm no longer with this district. I wanted to talk to you very briefly about why I wanted our children to go to Discovery. My family is diverse, and we wanted a school community that reflected that diversity. We also, after the event of Marin Sanchez being slaughtered in our local high school, wanted a safe environment. My daughter graduated last year, which I am so glad that she did. My son has always been an honor roll student. His effort scores have always been consistently in the 1 range. Teachers comment on his leadership ability. Last year, certain students came to the school, one in particular. My son started changing. Simple child growing up, actions and consequences were being reacted to in a manner that could not be explained by a simple testing boundaries. He's reaching his teenage years. His language and disdain of consequences for his actions were a complete 180 from who we knew our child to be. When I spoke to the school about this, and a certain child, which I will not name obviously, I was told that there is a charter for Discovery Magnet School which prevents expulsion, that it makes impossible to expel a child. I understand state policy has many roadblocks, but teaching children.
Final comment.
I'm sorry?
Wrap up your final comment.
Yes, teaching children that actions have no consequences is only going to result in an ineffective system.
Thank you.
Quite frankly, I'm appalled.
Thank you. The next speaker on the list is Maria Pires.
Good evening. I am here today. I was not going to speak, but I decided to. But I was appalled that when I asked Christine Baptiste Perez a question, she just turned around and walked away. You are elected by us, the people. When we ask you a question, don't ignore us. Another question is, how did Christine Baptiste Perez's child and Dr. Carmela Levy Davis' child be accepted to Discovery when there is a lottery process and
You don't get to tell people that, Ms. Pires. That is a violation of FERPA. You are being ejected from this meeting.
No,
I don't have to jump because you tell me to jump because the speaker has come up to speak.
How come
you
my
are leaving
child,
this meeting. Catch me outside. You can go.
My
You can
child's in the
go.
waiting
You
room.
can go.
Okay.
You can go. You can go. I don't have to answer your questions. If someone wants to sign up for the sign-up sheet and they ask, I have the option to do so. I don't have to jump because you tell me to jump from none of your candidates. And you don't have the right to tell where my child goes to school before I have the right to tell where you live. Please have these two ejected from the meeting. We will stand at ease. A motion to stand at ease is made by the chair as the equivalent of a recess.
All right, so this is a call back to order for the regular meeting for the Bridgeport Board of Education. We had concluded public comments. The next item on the agenda is the minutes for the regular meeting from February 26, 2024. Is there any edits or comments, changes to the regular meeting minutes from February 26, 2024? All right, Ms. Perez.
I make a motion to approve the regular meeting minutes from February 26, 2024.
It's been the motion to approve the minutes were made from Ms. Perez. It's been seconded by Mr. Benahan. Hearing that there's no changes or debate, all in favor of approving the minutes from February 26, 2024, say yay or aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion from February, there's one abstention from Mr. Sokolovic. The motion passes. The next item on the agenda is the chairman's report. I had the opportunity to meet with some leaders on the north end in terms of just some of the proposals going forward. I'll speak it out because it came out in public comment. My child's safety and well-being was exposed by a board member on Facebook Live, and I will be taking action against that board member. We have an obligation pursuant to FERPA for family privacy and protection, and the superintendent is as well afforded those rights. Also, what happened earlier, I meant everything I said to Maria Pires in terms of you put my child at risk, that's unacceptable. We can agree to disagree, but when you start putting the health, safety, mental well-being of children at risk, then we got a problem. That's part of the reason why we keep seeing consistent failure in this district, because it's always division, it's always a power grab, it's always someone trying to demand this, that, and the other. We got a budget that's coming forward as unfinished business. A lot of people, this is a meeting in the public, not with the public, but we'll be very clear. I'll be transparent. If it doesn't pass tonight, we ain't seeing none of that $20 million acts. We're not going to see nothing at all if we don't pass this budget today, because the deadline is April 1st. So how do you expect to advocate? There will be no budget. There's nothing to post. In the past, it was approved and therefore it was posted online, just like other districts. I keep hearing Relay and Hanover. What part of ARP ESSER that we gotta use it or lose it, don't you understand? Some of these items, we posted that if the school closures were to go forward, that is not part of this budget. Why? Because that's part of the community conversations that's been happening. And so that's part of my chairman's report, is the misinformation that's being communicated by different organizations. The Relay budget was from ARP ESSER. That was going to happen this year. That doesn't impact the 24-25 budget. The school closures does not impact the 24-25 budget. You know, all this misinformation and power grabs, it's really disappointing, because when you're supposed to put the children first, that's each and every one of the children. That's not picking and choosing which child, but what's going to be in the best interest of all children in Bridgeport, because this district is the 4th worst performing district in the state. What part of the bottom don't you want to come up from? We're supposed to rise. That's part of the theme, is why the district is rise together. Yet we divide, conquer, and continuously fail. I don't accept putting any child at risk. And then a lot of people that come up and speak from Milford, from Branford, from every other ford but Bridgeport, where's your accountability at? Where's your accountability? When is our children finally going to succeed? When is our numbers going to rise? We have the potential finally with a qualified superintendent to get something done, and instead it's divide and conquer and then wonder and sit down and cry why. Every 5 years we got to go through another superintendent. No, every year and a half. And so this is my 3rd year on my board, on the Board of Ed, and this is the 3rd superintendent. And if we want to break
the systemic failure, we got to break the change and keep the executive office. Actually have a functioning central office that's going to keep the building principals accountable, that will actually keep the teachers accountable. I always hear all this stuff, oh, I'm going to get up and leave and go to another district. And we have some fantastic rock star, solid teachers that care and love them. I've seen them at Wilbur Cross. I've seen them at different schools. And then we have teachers that, bye, take your retirement. Because we need our students to pass. We need to do this as a community. It takes a village. This division of this village has caused this community to fail. It reminds me of the Spider-Man meme, because we all have a part to play in this failure. And if you think your community organization is better than thou, the lie. Look in the mirror, because you are part of the problem. That concludes my chairman's report. The next item on the agenda is committee reports and referrals. We're up to committee reports. We don't have any questions at this time, unless you have a question for the committee that's coming up. The first committee is finance and facilities. What is your point? The chairman's report has concluded. So we're going to move on. All right, we're going to move on. We have the facilities and. Huh? No, I'm chairing this meeting. I'm not in the mood for this right now. All right, congratulations. All right. If you, what is your point? You have to list a violation of process or procedure in order to have a point of order. So where's the violation of process or procedure? No, you have to actually list a violate. Have you listed a valid point of order? No, you have not. Where's the violation of process or procedure? Where is the violation of process or procedure? Where's the violation of process or procedure? Where's the violation of process or procedure? Until you list a valid point of order, there will be no appeal. Where is the valid?
So I would say that, I'm sorry, I'll repeat that. I don't see on your agenda that you have questions to the chair. So that's not part of the meeting. So I would uphold your decision.
Thank you, council. So the next item on the agenda is committee reports and referrals. We have the facilities and finance committee that's chaired by Akeisha Casimir.
This is Tahiba Bain, Madam Chair. Can you reflect?
Oh,
please?
let the record reflect Tahiba Bain is present. Hit your mic. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Go ahead again.
Good evening. I'll go through this very quick. I have a lot to share, but I'll go quickly, I promise. The first, take my time? Okay, thank you. The first Facilities and Finance Committee meeting was held on February 28th. There was a presentation and overview of the 24-25 budget projection. Patricia St. Louis was introduced as the interim CFO of Bridgeport Public Schools. Before she stepped into the interim CFO role, she served as the manager of budget and financial reporting for our public school system. She has served as chief accountant for the city of Bridgeport for 7 years and a financial analyst for American Express. Some of her other roles in the financial industry have been accountant, senior accounting analyst, and accounting manager. She and Dr. Levy David facilitated the presentation. The budget was referred to the full board. The next Facilities and Finance Committee meeting took place on March 11th, 2024, where there was an updated budget report facilitated by Ms. St. Louis along with Ms. Siegel that was referred to the full board. There was also a school closures update by Dr. Levy David that was referred to the full board. As far as the reported student representatives' concerns, so far, I've had the opportunity to address Central High School's graffiti and shortage of supplies inside the bathrooms. Central High has painted all of the bathrooms with graffiti in them. Some of the crew came and worked over the weekend to fast track the graffiti issues. Students are asked that as soon as they discover that there is no toilet paper and or soap in any given bathroom, to please report it to a passing by security officer a maintenance staff person, and if neither one of those are available or visible, report the problem to a teacher, but please be specific as to which floor and corner of the school the bathroom is located so that restocking can happen sooner than later. We're still working on those specific concerns that BMA students had brought up last meeting. A huge thank you to the following principals for school tours since the last board meeting. Principal Kennedy at Dunbar, Dr. McPherson Stanberry at Hall, Mr. Garcia and heads of his department at Building Operations and Facilities for the tour of the Connecticut Avenue warehouse site. Principal Julian at Blackham School. Thank you to Commander Lip at Bridgeport Military Academy, BMA. Thank you to Superintendent and High School Principal Elliott at Bridge Academy, Charter School. Principal Henry at Agricultural, along with board member Tahiba Bain. We had done a tour there this morning. Dr. Graff at Central High, Principal Hawkins at Capital Prep Lower School, Dean of Students, Mr. Perry at Capital Prep Upper School, and a special thank you to Dr. Perry, the founder. I will continue to take time out of my busy schedule to respond to requests that I receive to meet with faculty, staff, community, whenever I can, to make sure that everyone has correct and accurate information about facilities and finance. And in the near future, I want to focus on the kids that are locked up right down the street in the juvenile facility. I just learned that the local school system is responsible for those kids that are locked up in juvie. I didn't know that. I was absolutely shocked. So the superintendent is and I are going to work together to ask if I can get clearance to take a tour over there and get as much information that I can to relay that back to you guys. But unfortunately, they've been referred to as the Forgotten Society, the kids over at juvie, and we want to make sure that they are not forgotten from now on. And that concludes my report. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
I would like to request to go with you, Keisha, board, to the tour, please.
Yeah.
All right. There's going to be questions or referrals to the committee. All right. And we have Mr. Sokolovic.
Couple of follow-up questions on your report. When you say you've explored and addressed some of these things, was this inside the meeting or outside the meeting? I missed the last one, so I apologize if it was at the meeting and I'm not here because I didn't see it. You said you addressed some of the students' concerns about the bathrooms. Was that at a duly called meeting as a board member, as one of our speakers?
No, that was while I was doing a tour with the principal essay.
Right. Well, no action could be taken as board members except at a duly called meeting. So that's where things really have to be addressed. And to follow up on that, I would like to actually address adding staff to the facilities, because as we see, we've got a lot of deferred maintenance in our system, and we need to inquire about how much staff facility need to keep our schools up to date so we don't have more schools closing down due to poor conditions. And I hope tonight to make referrals to put some money towards facilities, because it's basically flat funded and we need to add positions. And those will be some of the amendments I'm making later. So just the referral is have the head of facilities tell us what he needs to keep our schools running and make sure we don't get back in this position another few years from now, because more schools had deferred maintenance.
Can you please just put that in an email so I can make sure that I'm relaying accurate information? I'd appreciate that. And then I'll pass that along. Thank you.
Next speaker is Mr. Traber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, at the last meeting last week, I asked about, you had provided us with the additional supplemental packet on the Board of Ed funding request. And I assumed we would be talking about it tonight, since we didn't have a chance to talk about it last Monday night. And it's not in the packet tonight. So I just wondered if there was a reason it was not included in the packet tonight.
No, I don't have an answer to why that wasn't included in the packet tonight, Mr. Traber.
Thank you. Madam Chair.
Huh?
The same question put to you.
It's already an item, an action item for unfinished business.
Okay, I'll ask you then.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is instruction and support services. Oh, and I'm sorry, before we get to that, Miss Bain, did you have a question online? Your hands is up. Oh, okay, it's down now. Do you have a question?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So now we're going to move on to the Instruction and Support Services Committee. Ms. Perez?
The Instruction and Support Services Committee met on March 19th. We discussed 2 items that are on today's agenda. So the field trip to DC from Barnum, Bryant Hall, Hallen, and Roosevelt School through the Turnaround Arts program. Dr. Henry will be discussing that later tonight, and I'm also urging the board when we get to that point to, if we could waive policy 6201, as this trip is in 2 weeks, and the policy states it needs 30 days. So we discussed it in committee, and we're hoping the board will waive that policy for these students. We also discussed the school calendar draft. Dr. Avery will present on that tonight. Showed us some surveys from the teachers in the school, and the survey, I was going to say survey says like Family Feud, but anyways, the survey, I'm sorry for joking. The survey showed that I think 47%, 47% of, I believe the number is 47% of the teachers voted on this draft. So we will present it tonight. And lastly, we also spoke on, we had a PAC update. And so we'll continue to talk about PAC in committee. But we do want to remind PAC leaders that April 9th is the last day to spend your Title I funds. So as of last week, 42% of all the funds were spent. We want that to go all the way up to 100. So for those who haven't spent their funds, make sure you file your P10 forms and talk with your principals on how you can use that money for parents. Our next meeting is on April 16th at 6:30, location to be determined. Any referrals?
Mr. Benahan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, all right. I have few referred to Ms. Perez. I already spoke to her and I'm going to email her, but I just want to be sure that we have it for the record. I know it's going to be few, but it's not the point we need to have it the same day, but at least you can have it so they can work with the staff. One of them is like to see the citywide school governing council. Doesn't mean the SEC update, list of the staff, list of the parents, and SEC bylaws. Second is the P10 form that we have it for the leaders. Third one is discussion forming of the district PAC handbook updated. It needs to be updated. Special Education Advisory Council. We have the PAC and PTA, so update of the budget, the percent, like how much percent the leaders that very spend in each school. We don't have to know about the PAC and PTA selection for each Bridgeport Public School. Parents engagement budget allocation for 2023-2024. Parents involvement allocation 2023-2024 summary details. Suspension on report for elementary and high school age and race. Policy of suspension for student and special need. Strategy that they are using to recruit parents. Literacy update, math update. I'd like to review and see, maybe update the policy 5131, Bridgeport Public School, produce concerning special need student IDEA. The update for LGBTQIA, And the update to the high school vendors from Bridgeport School. I will email Madam Chair, Ms. Paris, all these details. I just want to be sure we have it for the record. And also, Ms. Casimir, can you tell me when it's going to be your next committee meeting, please?
Monday, April 15th.
Okay,
6
thank
p.m.
you.
The mic.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. No more questions, no more comments.
Okay. Next speaker is Mr. Sokolovic.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My last referral for the surveys is, do you need an email or you got it? Thank you.
Okay. Next, any more questions or referrals? Seeing none for instruction and support services. Next committee report is from the Policy, Personnel, and Contracts. Policy, Personnel, and Contracts met on March 13th, 2024 at 5:30 p.m. at Hall School just before the community forum. The majority of the items already came before the board on the May 11th, 2024 special meeting, which was the referral to the full board, and it passed the healthy food certification, as well as the board passed during the special meeting the selection of Veronica Sofer as our communications consultant. Also, the committee did hold interviews for Assistant Superintendent of Teaching and Learning, and we've submitted our referrals over to the superintendent. And that also just concludes what we discussed on Wednesday, March 13th. Our next meeting will be the second Tuesday of the month, which is April 9th, 2024 at 6:30 p.m. And we will be meeting at 305, room 305 at 45 Lion Terrace. And so I'm going to now open the floor up to debate. I mean, not to debate, for questions, comments, or referrals to committee. So the first one is Mr. Medina.
Once again, my apologies, Madam Chair. Can we get maybe a break or recess where we could fix the sound system? Public can't hear, we can't hear at this end. We've made a few requests to try to get this resolved. And like I didn't hear not even a sentence basically of what you just said, and I was just trying to politely ask for your attendance before we can speak about this matter. And so can we do something? Because we're having problems listening. Yep.
Okay. The next speaker is Mr. Sokolovic.
Yes, thank you. I would like to refer the hiring policy to committee. It was on the agenda before. Our current hiring policy has no guardrails to prevent hiring during a budget crisis. I mean, we approve or disapprove of hires, we elect somebody, but we have no actual power except at this point in time to prevent hiring of upper level staff at upwards. We can basically hire $200,000 salaried employees and nothing to do. I'd like to take a motion to recess while we fix the sound because it's coming up again.
Second.
Okay. There's been a motion
second
for
that.
recess. Properly, there's been a motion for recess. It's been second. Any referrals to my committee, please submit via email so that way it could be remembered. So we all in favor of entering into a recess? Any opposition? Any abstentions? I only heard 3 board members vote. So the ayes have it. We are in recess. Ooh. All right. So this is a call to order. Time now is 8:07. We're going to move on to the CABE report. I'm actually going to yield this time to Madam Secretary Jennifer Perez, who was able to report on CABE's Day on the Hill. So Ms. Perez.
All right, so CABE hosted a Day on the Hill for boards of education. 5 of us were able to go to the Bushnell Theater. Am I saying that right? Well, to Hartford. And so Mr. Benahan, Medina, Traber, and Sokolovic and myself went with 13 student representatives. We were able to listen to some of the education bills that are going to be brought forth in the General Assembly. And afterwards, we were able to walk over to the Capitol with the students and meet with some state legislators. Took part of a press briefing, and we want to thank State Representatives Felipe and Staffstrom for taking some time out to meet with the students. And it was also an opportunity for the board members to do some advocacy work up there as well. And that's all we have.
All right, the next item on the agenda is the superintendent's report.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the public, fellow board members. Over the course of March, I don't think I need to review a lot of my activities that were well documented in the media, but I will speak to a meeting, very wonderful meeting with the Walter Luckett Foundation and their desire to continue their partnership with the district, offering services free of charge for students during the summer months in Bridgeport Public Schools. That was very exciting. And I was also able to participate in Senator Blumenthal's announcement of the RISE app $150,000 grant for social emotional learning here in Bridgeport Public Schools. And I was also able to have a meeting with the Arthur Miller Foundation as we begin our partnership to increase fine arts across our middle school grades 6 through 8 and additional fine arts opportunities for our students throughout the district. We have with them a partnership where they have a wonderful residency program and they provide training and ongoing support for fine arts teachers. So it's just really exciting to have such high caliber, incredible partners who really believe in the vision of this district, who continue to come forward to partner and offer funding and offer their support. Also, I was able to participate in an informational session with the City Council regarding the planned school closures. And earlier today, I shared a video where I explained that we have been in talks with several different consulting firms that actually address the process of school closures. And in order for them to conduct a comprehensive study that would engage every single facility in the district and would also provide us with birth statistics, demographic studies, transportation plans, and future redistricting information. Yeah, a little tired. Redistricting information. That process for a district of the size of Bridgeport would take between 3 to at maximum 8 months. And so they could not give us a specific time frame until the work actually begins and they're able to begin the process of visiting and auditing and assessing every single facility. And depending on the state of the facility, that's not a time frame that they can really predict. So with that information, I felt that it was really in the best interest of providing some ease of mind to the community to let them know that we will not have school closures during this year. So we will protract those school closures until next year once we have the facility's master plan completed and we're able to comply with all of the other criteria outlined in policy 3600. And I feel perfectly happy with that decision. I think that it's been very informative engaging in this conversation with the community and other stakeholders. And I expected their responses and the reactions to be very passionate, as they are anytime there is a change in a fundamental component of any school district. As someone who herself has been very emotionally attached to the school of my childhood, I know exactly how difficult it is when those transitions happen. But I definitely know that the opportunity to bring updated and modern facilities to Bridgeport is a must, especially to our most underserved communities in the district. And we will continue to move forward in that direction as soon as we have all of our ducks in a row and all of the information that we need to move forward. So once we have an actual firm that we decide to move forward with, we'll be providing additional information. The firm will actually conduct the entire process for us. The firm will conduct the community forums, they'll conduct surveys, they'll conduct a range of engagement opportunities with the community. And they will do that, of course, with myself present and the board present. But they actually, the different consulting firms, they lead the process, and they have an actual process for conducting this type of activity in any school district. They've worked, the ones that we've talked to, they've worked with many different school districts in the state of Connecticut that have engaged in transitions or closures or redistricting and those types of processes that occur naturally during time span in a school district. And so I am confident that we'll be able to find a qualified organization that can lead this process successfully and to the satisfaction of all of our stakeholders. That is the main part of the superintendent's report. I do want to address something that's on a personal note for me as your superintendent. I need individuals to understand that I am a human being. I'm a human being. I'm a mother first. I'm a wife. I'm a sister. I'm a daughter. I'm someone's child. And I need for anyone who has an issue with me, please feel free to address it with me in any way that you feel the need to do so. I can take it. But when it comes to the privacy and the safety of my child, that's where I have to draw the line, because she has not chosen to be a public figure. She is a child, a tender-aged child, who is entitled to every safety and security afforded to her by her mother, her father, and FERPA. And I really expect for people to respect that. Over the last month, I've had people follow me home. I've had people send me threats. I've had people call and hang up. I've had a lot of things done to me that are par for the course of being in this position. I accepted that risk when I decided to become the superintendent in Bridgeport. What I did not sign any contract was for anyone to endanger the life of my child, for anyone to violate her privacy, or for anyone to discuss her frivolously in any public setting. Now, I do want to dispel the notion that has been shared that I in some way was unethical or participated illegally in a process that is easily foilable, such as how she arrived at the school that she attends. And if I could please have Peter Carafa come forward to the mic to share exactly how that process transpired, I would appreciate it for you. No, we're going to do it because I don't want people running around with misinformation saying that I've done anything unethical or illegal. I am over 50 years old, and I've gotten to where I am in life without breaking any laws, violating any ethical measures, or doing anything that could cast any aspersions upon my character or my reputation. I am the daughter of immigrants. I have never had the privilege of making those errors and risking being deported, arrested, or in any way adjudicated. I've never had that luxury. And so I've always had to walk a very fine line in life. When other people were running around joyriding, I was at home studying with my English-Spanish dictionary. Mr. Carafa.
Okay.
Okay, good evening. Okay, so the way the process works, okay, is obviously for the lottery, when we speak about you, superintendent, or just in general, the lottery. Okay, so the lottery. So what happens with the lottery is obviously, people apply for the lottery. So we open the lottery usually in October, okay, where parents can register for their schools of choice, wherever they want to go. The lottery then closes. This is for high school, I'm speaking. When we talk about elementary school, I think the lottery registration starts in January. And so from January to somewhere in early March, okay, the lottery closes at this point. Once the parents go in and put their applications in, they're allowed to pick out of a maximum of 4 schools. So with that being said, a parent can choose 4 schools. The way the lottery is run, depending on which school you go to, okay, from a selection standpoint, we run the lottery randomly. So the lottery is run through a random process that the company actually has designed for us. So anybody who gets in to the lottery or to the school of their choice, that's done through the random lottery process. Now, they can be put on waiting lists, and they can end up on 4 schools waiting lists until an opportunity opens up for that child to get into that school. With that being said, we also have waiting lists for the upper grades. So a lot of our lotteries, for the high school, focus is on 9th grade, but we do have 10th, 11th, and 12th grade, as well as our elementary schools, where we do have lottery open for people who choose to get into the lottery for the upper grades. Now, if there is a slot or position, a space open for that child, the lottery runs, they're on the waiting list. And at this point, it is the school's responsibility to make those phone calls and to work on the space that they need to bring those children into the school so that they could fill their positions. With that being said, our lottery is done obviously once a year, every year, and it's usually at the same time, and it's usually the same process that goes through. There's no tampering with the lottery. The lottery at this point is run. The lottery at this point is obviously saved. So what is in the lottery is what is in the lottery at this point. So I don't want to get into the notation of anything, but the reality is our lottery is done that way. It's done with the principals. It's done with either a clerical or another staff member. It's done with my office, with at least 3 or 4 people who are involved in watching the lottery process. And it's done with a computer-based program that at this point makes those selections, and it makes it through, I want to specify this, a random process. I hope I answered the questions. Thank you for that.
I have observed and I've heard people making mention that my child skipped ahead of other children on the waiting list. I would like for you to clarify that, please.
Okay, that is not true. The waiting list at this point, when you're put on, if a child is on the waiting list before, it's that same process where, they'll call, and if a family either denies, or if a family at this point is next on the waiting list, they have the opportunity to come into the school. Obviously, based on certain schools, we all know there's criteria based on that, obviously, since I'm not speaking of one specific school. So if they meet the criteria and, there is an opening that's how the process is done. Now, how long, the question may be, is the waiting list for? At this point, the waiting list we hold for that year. And at this point, after that year, when the lottery is run again, now there's a waiting list for the year again for the parents to be able to get in after that.
So I just want to make it clear, my child did not skip in front of the line of any other child that had applied for the lottery. She entered on her spot like she was supposed to. And I think that the mere fact that people are making allusions to having information about your department and how it's run and having access to information about the waiting list for particular schools makes it seem like we don't have a lot of security with our systems, and FERPA is not secure in Bridgeport Public Schools. And so I just want to really dispel for people the notion that just anybody, even board members, has access to that information.
Got it? Okay. All right. So Superintendent is absolutely right. Again, the way that the lottery is run, I'll say it one more time, is done within the scope of having principals, having clericals, having other staff. So if the lottery was tainted in any way, that would be a collaboration of things that are going on, which it's not. The lottery is run absolutely the way it's supposed to be run. I can't speak of the algorithm inside of the product. In other words, I could only speak of when we run the lottery, this is the results that come out, and those are the results that we have.
So I thank you, Mr. Carafa. I think it's just really unfortunate that people have taken advantage of a very chaotic, very dysfunctional period in order to bring things forward that are completely inappropriate. People's children are always off the books. It's out of bounds. We do not attack people's children. You can say anything you want about me. I think I have the emotional intelligence to handle it, but leave my kid alone. She watches these meetings. The things that people say and do to me, I have to address that when I get home. But the things that people say and do about her, that's a completely different planet. We do not want to do that to kids. It's bullying. It's emotional abuse. Why do we want to talk about people's kids when we say that we uphold a completely different standard for children in this district? Leave people's kids alone. I don't talk about people's kids. I don't mess with people's kids. I'm here for kids. And there's no time when I step out of that role in order to be abusive because maybe some adult gets on my nerves. That's not how this works. That is not what we do as educators. It's not what we do as decent people. So I really expect that this will be the last time I will have to address anything regarding my daughter and her education. She will no longer be attending Bridgeport schools because I have to safeguard her safety. She's my responsibility. And I will not subject her to criticism vis-a-vis her mother about where she goes to school. I'm just not going to do it. Thank you, Mr. Carafa.
All right, Ms. Perez. Dr. Levy-David, for the consulting firm, are we going to have some bids on that? And what are the costs looking like for the consulting firms?
Yes, once we are through vetting the firms, you will have a full presentation.
Mr. Benahan? You have to lower it down toward your mouth and speak into it.
1, 2, 1, 2. Okay.
A little bit closer.
I'm gonna put it here, man.
You too.
Now? Really? You want me to put it in my chest? Okay. Dr. Camilla David, I apologize for that situation happened. I'm a parent before a leader. I'm a parent before a leader. And exactly what happened to you tonight happened to me before I was a board member. And I understand you're furious, you're upset, you're mad, and that's not right. People, I always say this, you can talk whatever you want about me. I can handle. But when it's about my child, I'm a lion. I'm a furious. I don't care who they are. I'm a lion because I didn't say to the mother of my kid, when she say something wrong with my kid, I told the mother, stop. You're the mother. You talk to him. You communicate with him. I don't want to hear nothing negative. That's why we parents. And us as a parent, we defend our kids. That was absolutely wrong. And I understand the fears on Dr. Camila Leviteve. Because we are parents. We are parents before a leader. So I'm sorry, Dr. Camila David, you have to go through this, so I hope this not happen. Also, I just want to let everyone and everybody know that I have to say thank you, Camila David, and the district. The cabinet. We had last Friday, we have amazing, phenomenal meeting. Thank you so much. As a parent, as a leader, I would appreciate that the communication is going to keep forward, and we have to, keep forward because we're here for the students. We're here to be sure Bridgeport can better. People always going to say things good and bad, but this negative, these back and forth, these haters, stuff like that, they need to stop. I know we trying to the best to work together with the superintendent of the school, Dr. Camila David, but the whole board, the 9 board members, we had to work together. Like it or not, we what elected from this community, we had to work together. Things go up and down, yes or no, or you agree, disagree. It's normal. It's always happened. Wherever you go in the United States, it's always happening. Things go up and down. We need to work together, people. Please, board members, we need to stop. I know something's not right, something you don't like it. Let's talk about it. That's why we're human. That's why we're professional. That's why community vote for us, to be sure we can do better for Bridgeport School. So I want to say that for the record. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Next speaker is Mr. Traber. No, you turned your mic off.
I want to echo something Mr. Benahan just said. In trying to move forward as a full board on this question of the condition of our schools and trying to improve them, it's better if we work together. The transparency that's necessary to do that, we hope will continue. The meeting on Friday that Mr. Banahan referred to was a step in the right direction. Today's announcement was another step, and we look forward to more. But I do want to say that as we look at the facilities review and the redistricting discussions, those will come through committees where we have been stifled from asking questions. And I would hope that we will be allowed to ask questions in those committees instead of having to wait until we have a full board meeting. Thank you.
Ms. Casimir?
Thank you. Just one question, Dr. Levy David, that came up today at a school tour was, do we have a date for graduation? I wasn't sure about the answer to that question.
We have a tentative date. I'm actually working with the amphitheater to finalize that date.
Mr. Sokolovic?
Yes, ma'am. The facilities review, there was some talk that the mayor said he was going to pay for it, and then the city council president said we're not paying for it in no way, shape, or form. Do we have a commitment from the mayor to propose that in his budget? And if so, what form is it going to take? Is it going to go through our budget? Is the city going to pay for it in total? Because I have some concerns about what's known as the minimum budget requirement, whereas they add the money to our budget, it's got to stay forever and be increased the next year because we're going to need that same funding next year. So there's some concern about what form that payment's going to take and how it's going to be presented to the board.
I haven't had any change to the response that I gave you last Friday, Mr. Sokolovic. The city will be paying directly for the cost of the facilities master plan. They're not going to be moving money into our budget. They're going to be paying for that directly out of the city budget. My assurance came from the mayor. I have not had a conversation with the board president regarding this, and I expect that the mayor will work that out as he runs the city. Thank you.
Mr. Medina.
Thank you. I was actually hoping, thank you, Madam Chair. I was actually hoping that I would hear from the superintendent about, publicly about the meeting that we had, because I also found it to be very fruitful and hopeful, leading me into what's coming moving forward. I apologize for the offense that was taken with some of those comments that were coming. I don't want anybody to feel attacked at any point of time, but accountability, like I say in my Facebook, accountability is a must. One thing that we shared in our meeting was, again, and I'll let everybody know it, we actually, and I said everybody enjoyed it, that we were looking in this meeting to help her, help us, help her. We understand that we're a board, and we want her to feel that she can speak to us, even though that there is somewhat of a team going on here. But again, we as a board do have a job to do. So that was my theme, and that I spoke at that meeting, is finding a way that we can help her, help us, help her take care of this the right way. I think because of the accountability, it's a must. It was a good meeting, and I was looking forward for you to speak about that during this report from the superintendent, from your report. So I'm disappointed again, but I know that I would like you to know that how I felt respectfully, and say once again, actions versus words. We're going to continue to work together to fix this board. And I think that there was 4 of us there, that you would open up the doors once again to call on another 4 to come together and have another chat, because I think, like I said, in public meetings, I think you can help bring this board in the right path and with the right structure. And I look forward to that, because our kids deserve better. We need to make decisions together. As far as this, the process that we're looking forward with the firm, is the entire board going to be part of some of those meetings with these firms?
Mr. Medina, thank you for the question. I actually walked away last Friday feeling very encouraged about the future with this board. But I mean, and I decided to put a lot of things aside in order to have that meeting. But there's someone at this table who was the first person on Facebook Live to disclose where my child goes to school. And I have not received an apology. There has been nothing forthcoming to make that wrong right. And you say actions and words, I get it, but how much am I supposed to tolerate? Exactly. I said it before, I'm a human being. And I've already extended the olive branch, and I thought that, I mean, we had a very, very positive meeting, and I want to keep the positivity going, but let's not make it seem like I'm not the one extending the olive branch. I have, and I do plan to have future meetings, hopefully with the entire board. But we really need to begin to treat each other with a little bit more courtesy, especially respecting those pieces that are out of bounds, like our children. That doesn't need to happen. So as far as the organizations that we are vetting. We are looking at organizations that are going through the bid list that have done this work before. We are going to do the primary vetting, and then we will invite the board to meet with these organizations.
Thank you. You.
All right, we're going to move on to unfinished business. And so it's just posted as it was on the March 11th, 2024 meeting. And so I just want to be clear, pursuant to Robert's rules, unfinished business. The first item of business is a motion relating to the approval of the updated 2024-25 budget. At the last meeting, the motion was made by Mr. Woodson and second by Ms. Bain. And so it was postponed till now. And so that motion is still active and we are in debate. We also have counsel here that can speak to the ramifications if we do not vote on this budget today. It was captured briefly in my chairman's report that the deadline is April 1st. And some of the consequences may entail any of our acts not being acknowledged by the city of Bridgeport. So we are in debate. The motion was made by Mr. Woodson first. He will have the opportunity to speak first on it. Oops, sorry. And then part of Robert's rules is to facilitate a pro-con debate. And key to that debate is going through the pros and the cons. So aside from Mr. Woodson having the floor first, I will go through individuals parked in our parking lot and I will alternate pro, con. So even if you're up first or second, I will not allow a con debate to take form because that's not the purpose of Robert's rules. So I'll just go through first and get an idea of the speakers list. And then I will go forward with each individual speaker.
Changing the order of the agenda so we could get the people out of here who are here to present on field trips and the calendar, because I'm sure they don't want to sit through this. This is going to be a very lengthy conversation.
Only one main motion may be before the assembly of action at a time. As of right now, the pending motion from Mr. Woodson to approve the updated 24-25 budget is before the board. So we are in debate for that item. So unfortunately, your request is denied as we do have a pending motion from Mr. Woodson. I have the book. I can read it for you from the book. No, this is the next meeting and it was tabled beforehand. So we are going to start with Mr. Traber. You do not have the floor. Mr. Traber, are you in favor? There is no such motion. Mr. Traber, are you pro or con the updated budget?
I move to table this motion. Do I have a second?
No, you don't.
Thank you.
No, that's not appropriate. We already.
I'm sorry, I can move to table.
When are you tabling it indefinitely?
As we heard,
the consequences.
Excuse me, you asked the question. Do you want to hear the answer? Do you want to speak to us again?
Clarification. I'm seeking clarification.
You asked a question, I'm happy to answer.
You've moved to table it and it's.
You asked a question, I'm happy to answer, Madam Chair.
So therefore, there's an.
You asked a question, I'm happy to answer, Madam Chair.
And you can.
You asked a question, I'm still happy to answer.
Okay, so there's been a motion to table for an indefinite period of time, and it's been seconded. No, there's no question. There's no question. No, you seem to be a little bit upset. I'm gonna let the board attorney. No one's talking to you right now.
Motion to table, it needs to be seconded. I believe that a point of order to ask if it is a motion to table for an indefinite time is appropriate. or if you're gonna move to take it up at the next meeting. I think that would be appropriate to add to the motion.
Okay, council, while you're available, can you?
That was my intention.
So there's been a motion to table indefinitely, and it's been seconded by Mr. Medina. You can withdraw your motion, and then we can reconsider it, and then you can clarify when you would want it to be considered again. However, when you made the initial motion, you did not set a defined period. No. You seconded before the question was asked, so therefore there's an active motion, incidental motion. So you didn't clarify that you wanted it to be after the meeting, and it was seconded by Mr. Medina, and you clarified that. So are you going to withdraw your motion? If he withdraws his motion and makes it clearer as to what his intent would be, that would make sense.
And that was, then let these other matters be considered, come back to this item. And instead, we got. Business.
The council.
Excuse me, I'm still there. Last week, when this motion came up, Mr. Lehane said we did not need to have it, I'm certain. But I then, a motion. Not really, because one would be. That's the motion. Button remake it, but I don't.
Okay, council, so you heard it. He made a motion to table. There was no time defined, and it was immediately second. He can withdraw the motion, and then if he feels free, he can make it again. No, Mr. Mhm. Okay. So there's no need. If you would allow me to facilitate that, I would have let you know that. No, right now you don't have the floor, but you can feel free to let Mr. Medina know because he's the next speaker.
Motion to table made into the speaker, so therefore I make a motion to table the budget discussion until after new business. Motion to table can interrupt the speaker. Please double check. Motion to table during.
Yeah, no, I'm not being here. Oh, my mic is not on, so that's what I'm trying to say.
It's not actually letting me turn anyone. Oh, wait.
I make a motion.
Also, Mr. Medina, let me clarify this for you. Robert's rules is typically misused in terms of tabling. What it looks like you're trying to do is postpone this till later on in this meeting after new business. So the appropriate motion would be a motion to postpone until new business is finished, unless you have an alternative time that you would want to actually introduce this. So it should be a motion to postpone, as tabling has been typically misused in Robert's rules.
No problem. Okay, I'll make a motion to postpone the unfinished business until after the new business.
There's been a motion to postpone until after the finish of new business to discuss the budget. We are now in debate regarding the motion. Mr. Medina, since you've made the motion, you have the floor first as to why we should postpone this unfinished business item to permit new business to be discussed first.
As suggested by other members of the board, we want to let the people that shouldn't have to be here held hostage for any reason to be able to make their presentation and respectfully give them an opportunity to leave if they choose to. So again, it's just for that way those people can leave if they want after they make their presentation of new business like the field trip and the discussions about the calendar.
All right, thank you, Mr. Medina. I am going to go through Robert's rules, request that there is a pro-con debate. The next speaker there, I'll just ask if you identify as pro or against this, Mr. Sokolovic.
Yes.
Yes, what?
I'm just gonna vote yes. I don't need, this don't need to be, don't need to be debated. Thank you.
There's no vote that's up. Okay. All right. Is there any other comments, questions, or debate on this item?
Nope.
Okay, seeing that there's none, we will now take the vote in terms of whether to table, I apologize to public, whether to postpone this new business, unfinished business item. So unfinished business action items can be addressed first. So all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No, 2 noes. Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. We will now move on to new business. The first item in new business is discussion and approval of the Barnum, Bryant, Hall, Hallen, and Roosevelt School field trip to Washington, D.C. on Friday, April 5th, 2024 to April 8th, 2024.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Sarah Jane Henry. I'm the Director of Performing and Visual Arts. I'm here before you this evening to request your permission to take 12 students down to Washington, D.C. in April. We have partnered with Turnaround Arts for over a decade. Our students have been on this field trip before. They have this awesome opportunity to perform on stage at the Kennedy Center with peers from across the country, including California, and various other districts who are sending students.
Okay. Ms. Perez?
Before we get into any motions to approve this, can I make a motion to suspend policy 6201?
Okay, there's been a motion to suspend policy 6201. Can you clarify for the public what that policy is?
I can do it like a paraphrase because I don't have it in front of me, but
no, just
it's a field trip policy where if there's a trip outside of the state, it requires 30 days notice. Unfortunately, I couldn't have my committee meeting within that time frame, so it is giving 2 weeks notice. So that's why I'm motioning to suspend the policy.
So it's been a motion to suspend the policy. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Mr. Medina. Is there any debate? All in favor?
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously. All right. The next speaker is Mr. Medina.
I make a motion to, I just want to read it here, to accept the approval to approve the Barnum, Bryant, Hall, Hallen, and Roosevelt School field trip to Washington, D.C. on Friday, April 5th to Monday, April 8th, 2024.
Okay, there's been a motion to enter into the field trip. It's been seconded by Mr. Benahan. Mr. Medina, the maker of the motion, has the option to speak first now that we are in debate.
Don't need no time, thank you.
Okay, is there any other questions or comments regarding this? Or, sorry, there's no questions in debate. Is there any debate on the topic or anyone adamantly opposed to this? Seeing no hands up, we will go into the vote. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, Ms. Perez? Motion carries.
Dr. Henry informed us that this will be live streamed, so it's through the Kennedy Center as well. So it'd be really just letting the public know that if you wanted to view our students at this performance, then it will be live streamed.
Absolutely. I will share all the details with everyone and put it out there publicly. Thank you for your time this evening, and I appreciate you moving me up in the agenda.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is discussion and approval of the 2024 to 2025 school calendar.
Good evening. Madam Chair, Superintendent Dr. Levy David, members of the board, Dr. Avery, Deputy Superintendent. I bring before you under separate cover the final results of the survey for the calendar. The district put out 3 different calendars for staff to consider. And option 7, which is very similar to the calendar that we ran this school year, is before you with an overwhelming support for the similar calendar. We had about 74% of teachers of the 1,230 survey takers. 74% was teachers, 5% administrators, 7% certified staff members, 10% certified staff, and then 4% that preferred not to answer what type of occupation they were in. But with option 7, 45% of staff chose option 7. 28% chose option 8 and option 9. So overwhelmingly, the staff wanted option 7 to be the calendar for this upcoming school year. So that's the calendar that we're bringing forth to the board for consideration. And with this calendar, there's a lot of things that are hinging on the passing of this calendar. Campuses can't, provide, staff development for next year. We're still debating on trying to get coursework completed, so there's a number of different things, but I think overwhelmingly the teachers and staff felt this was a calendar that best suited them as families. We have a lot of teachers that live outside the district that have kids in other school districts, and this calendar will align to those things for the most part. And so I'm bringing before you option 7, which is similar to the other CES school districts across Connecticut. And I think the staff is real pleased about administration providing this calendar for consideration.
I'll open up the floor. Mr. Traber.
I move to approve the 24-25 school calendar as presented by Dr. Avery.
It's been moved to approve the 24-25 school calendar by Mr. Traber. It's been seconded by Ms. Perez. We are now in debate. Mr. Sokolovic, Mr. Traber has the opportunity to speak first as the maker of the motion.
I decline.
What did you say? Wait, turn your mic on. I can't hear you.
Well, you turn it on. I decline.
Okay. Mr. Sokolovic, are you in favor or opposed? Just so I can make sure I can facilitate the.
I don't know yet because I haven't I got questions that I need answered.
Unfortunately, under
I can't-
Robert's rules.
No, I can't decide
No,
if
no,
I'm
no.
for or favor until I have more information.
No, no,
I would like to
unfortunately,
know
under Robert's
if there was a
rules
parent
in
survey
debate,
done for the end
you are
users
not
of the
allowed to
project.
ask questions. The floor is open only
I
for
am asking a
debate
question.
for or against this
Comes out of my
motion.
10 minutes
If
for
you have
debate.
any questions
I am
of this
asking a
type,
question.
no asking of questions are
I am
permitted under
asking
Robert's rules.
I am asking the question.
If you have any questions of this
Why
type,
has the survey
Mr.
not been done for
Sokolovic, you do
parents?
not.
Why has the survey not
Please
been
allow
done for
me to
parents?
finish speaking so that
Why
way
has
the
the
members of the
survey
public
not
can have
been
an
done?
understanding of how Robert's
We're not
rules
allowed.
work.
Go fucking
And-
The answer why we can't.
Okay, so just to be clear, members of the public, the floor is now open to debate. If you have questions regarding this motion or questions after this type, you can feel free to ask questions after this vote is approved or not. But the floor is open exclusively only for debate. So you can feel free to clarify.
Board member should be recognized first, and then they can speak during the debate portion. Each person should have a chance to speak up to twice.
Yeah, well, each person is allowed to speak up to 2 times, no more than 10 minutes each, but it's also pro con. So Robert's rules is supposed to facilitate a pro and a con. Mr. Traber has made the motion and I'm going to just say the term yielded his time with no debate. And now I'm trying to gauge whether members are for or against. So that way we can have a pro-con debate. Mr. Sokolovic has expressed that he has questions, but again, during Robert's rules, this is debate. So if he's against this, and that's the gist that I get from it, is because he's had questions. The appropriate time to ask questions is either through the successful passing of this, we can answer additional questions, or the failure of this motion. So I'm just trying to facilitate it that way, since he's already expressed that he's against it because he has questions. And so I'm just trying to be able to
I
facilitate the
understand.
actual meeting.
So if a board member has an opinion of pro or con, now is the time to state it, and then we'll go to a vote. Well, Robert's rules does encourage people to be able to speak, but once you do the pro and con, I suppose if a member had a question, would that be appropriate, Chair? Once you do the pro con?
Well, we're in pro con, and so it's really just purely debate at this point. So if he has questions because he has insufficient or inadequate information, he can also vote against it at this time, and then we can just go, or he can abstain. So that way we can be able to facilitate it. Okay, thank you. So then we're going to go into the next, I'll be able to go on and I'm going to go down the line. I'll start with my vice chair, Ms. Casimir. Are you for or against this? No, Ms. Casimir?
I'm for the calendar.
Okay. Okay. So just for clarification, this is a meeting and it needs to be done in order, no distractions. That includes from the audience members, and you will be issued a warning and then asked to leave, which is what happened earlier, but that also applies to board members. Ms. Casimir has expressed that she is in favor of this motion that's been made by Mr. Traber. So now the next item on, Ms. Casimir, would you like to express why you're in favor of this motion? Okay, Ms. Casimir.
It's simple. I just want to do whatever it is that is the most convenient and the thing that makes sense for the teachers. If they voted mostly for this, I just want to go with whatever is best for them and what they feel.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Casimir. Then the next person will go down the line is Ms. Perez. Are you for or against this motion? Again,
I am for this.
okay, so you're for, so I'm going to skip over you because it needs to be a pro-con debate. All right, so going down the line, Mr. Woodson. Just state for the record whether you're pro or con on this item.
Pro.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Woodson. Mr. Benahan?
Madam Chair,
Are you pro
I have a
or
question
con?
before the vote.
No, Mr. Benahan, this is very simple. Are you pro or con?
I have a question before the vote, Madam Chair.
Mr. Benahan, I've clarified that questions regarding this
I repeat you
item should
again,
be
Madam
asked.
Chair. I have a question before the vote.
To frame the debate as pro-con, and that would be within your prerogative, and that's what you've done here.
Yes,
So you're going to finish that process?
I'm going down. Ms. Casimir, I mean, I haven't gotten to myself. Ms. Perez, Mr. Woodson, we're pro. So I limited pros so I can hear a con debate on the item. We've just gotten to Mr. Benahan, but I'm trying to explain to him the same issue, is that any questions regarding this motion could be asked after the motion's passed or at a later date. Just because we move on with a motion doesn't mean that board members don't have the opportunity to still ask questions if it's passed. So I had the opportunity to talk with a few certified parliamentarians in the state and across the country just in order to better facilitate these meetings. And so I do want to keep it at a pro-con. And so anything, I just want to get an understanding of Mr. Benahan's position, whether he's pro or against it. And then any further questions that board members can have, should this motion pass, can be asked after the fact. So that's it. Mr. Benahan?
Can I ask my question, Madam Chair?
It will not be answered, but you can feel free to ask a question. It's really pro-con. Are you for it or against it?
Madam Chair, my question was where if we do this for the staff, we have a concern and survey for the parents because they are the priority. That's my question. Just for the record.
So are you pro or con? This motion?
Pass.
Okay, thank you. Haven't heard, Ms. Bain? You're online? Are you
Yes,
for?
I'm online.
Huh?
I'm for.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Bain. We're going to just go back around. I haven't heard from Mr. Medina. Mr. Medina, are you pro or against this proposed calendar made? You seconded. You're going to abstain? Okay. So, sorry, thank you for the clarification. Okay, and so, Mr. Traber, you're the maker of this motion.
Am I allowed to speak on my motion?
Pro or con?
Am I allowed to speak on my motion?
Well, you made the motion, so you must be pro. You can speak on the motion at this time.
If I made the motion, it doesn't make me pro.
I apologize. It's been clarified that the Board of Ed Council has clarified this point. And really, we should just be able to move forward with a vote. All in favor of passing the 24-25 school calendar? All in favor, say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. The 24-25 school calendar has been approved. The 24-25 school calendar has been approved. Now, any questions regarding the 24-25 school calendar can be asked by board members. Are there any questions pertaining to the 24-25 school calendar? There's been a vote. The full board has approved the 24-25 school calendar. We can allow council to clarify this, but I believe we made a motion. Well, if you wouldn't speak over, you would be able to hear much clearer. Council, can you please clarify?
Thank you. I've been unable to hear everything at the board, but my understanding is the chair is entitled to frame the discussion in a pro or con format, which she's received good advice, and that would serve as the discussion portion for the question. And then she is called for a vote. I did not hear the result of the vote.
Okay, so now we'll enter into a vote. It's been a call for a roll call vote by Mr. Traber. Madam Secretary, we are into, Madam.
My understanding, under Robert's rules, the discussion portion of the motion can be framed as pro and con. And that would serve as the discussion. That my understanding is what we've done is correct,
Okay,
and that you can call for a vote.
okay. Thank you very much, Council. So Mr. Traber has called for a roll call vote. Madam Secretary, please take roll call vote. Thank you. Jennifer, please.
This is for the approval of the 2024-2025 school calendar.
Go ahead, read the names, Ms. Perez. And I apologize for calling you by your first name.
Tahiba Bain, approval of the 2024-2025 calendar. Roll call vote. Tahiba Bain.
I approve.
Christine Baptiste Perez.
I approve.
Albert Benahan. Keisha Casimir. Willie Medina. Jennifer Perez, yes. Joseph Kolovic.
No, with an explanation to enter into the minutes as per our bylaw.
Robert Traber.
Wait, I'm not finished. I have statement, my mic is not on yet.
Oh.
My mic is still not on. Thank you. I vote no with an explanation as per our bylaws, which allows it to be entered in the minutes. My no vote is predicated on the fact that we have had absolutely no discussion, just a solicitation of pros and cons. There's a violation of Robert's Rules of Order that I have not been able to speak twice on the same motion. I've only had one opportunity to speak, and that was to say whether I was pro and against, and I had a need for more information to make that decision. And if we set this precedent right now, they're going to try it on a $309 million budget in 2 minutes.
Robert Traber. Andre Woodson.
Yes.
Albert Benahan Gonzalez. They passed already. Willie Medina. Robert Traber.
Okay. So even if the council, can you clarify if they're going to continue to utilize the pass as a way to delay, or that would seem like it's a dilatory and as a point of order, improper conduct to delay moving forward with business? Ms. Perez, can you just read the votes as is to see if we have a majority, as this vote requires a simple majority of the board?
5 yes, 1 no.
And then 3 passes. Do we need to actually have a vote from the passes, as I believe their conduct is dilatory and improper as a means to delay the meeting? It's a point of order, and I know. Oh wow, whoa! That's not how you conduct yourself as a professional, let alone as I've requested information because I believe the conduct is dilatory and I'm requesting information from the board's attorney. So please. Oh, okay, congratulations. Okay, so mine's going to the first. And so if you can just please help me clarify, as the majority has already voted in favor of this, and the passing by multiple board members seems to be dilatory as a means to delay moving forward with proper conduct.
The effect, thanks.
The attorney has the floor.
The attorney has the floor.
I'm just going to say, cannot be treated as an abstention to my knowledge, that they could be asked again if they want to vote.
Yes, but just as I've noticed the conduct, that there's been several passes already made by a board member, passed more than once. And so in anticipation of pass, and which seems to be dilatory and improper as in terms of holding up, I wonder why. That is ridiculous. Sir, you're acting out of order. As I've warned before, improper conduct by any member, including board members, you will be asked to leave. So please, I respectfully ask for you to calm down and to carry yourself in a professional manner as we seek advice from counsel. I'm sorry, Mr. Traber. However, your conduct is completely unacceptable. And it wouldn't be accepted in a classroom either in Blackham or any school in this district. A student would be asked to leave. So please, counsel, can you clarify?
I would ask the members again who passed if they will vote yay or nay.
Okay, so Ms. Perez, you can start by and have them go yay or nay.
Albert. He's not here. Willie Medina. Yay or nay? And last but not least, Robert Traber, yay or nay? Approval of the 2024-2025 budget. Calendar.
The motion you made.
2024-2025 calendar. Yay, nay, abstain.
You can wait, is it yay or nay? All right, Ms. Perez, can you call whether there's the majority? Has this motion passed?
Need to be recognized on the floor.
Counsel?
Trager, what his vote was?
Yeah, yes, Ms. Perez did ask whether yay or nay, and he hasn't answered the question.
Been waiting for the mic to turn on respectfully. So, point of
He has to
information.
turn his microphone on?
I have a point of information for the chair. Don't I have more choices than yay or nay?
Abstain.
Thank you. Then I abstain. And point of order now?
Thank you for your
When a
abstention. We're gonna,
person-
right
when a
now,
person
I believe the
was
motion
asked,
carries.
I have a point.
So the motion carries that the 24-25 school calendar has been approved by the majority of the board. And thank you, Mr. Traber, for making the motion. So the next item, we're going to return to unfinished business, which is the approval on the 24-25 updated budget. All right, so I'm gonna just reach out to, yeah. No. All right, so I need to ask a question from council. And I just want to also clarify again as to what was read earlier. Oh, Mr. Huxon, I have another, and so in page 15 of my Robert's Rules of Order, it says unfinished business. is the first item on business is the motion relating the approval of the updated 24-25 budget. On March 11th, that motion was made to approve the budget. It was seconded, and we were in debate. On March 11th, there was a motion to table, postpone until this meeting. So I just want to clarify that we are in actual debate, as from March 11th, what we had postponed was the actual debate portion of the motion. So I just want to make sure I'm getting clarification that I'm going correctly on that. So, yep. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. You're not. Oh,
I'd for, thank you. I had first looked at this to determine whether you had to take it off the table since it had been tabled, but since it was continued to a date certain, that you can take up this item now. And I would think it is appropriate that since the motion had already been made to second, to enter into debate.
Thank you very much, Council. So now that means that we are in debate, just as clarified from Council. Please state your point. He doesn't press the button. Oh. Okay, well, press again. 6 times a charm. Look at that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 6 time is the charm with you. In this current effort by the chair to suppress discussion and debate, asking people to express whether they are pro or con on a question. If a person expresses a position one way or the other, they can still ask questions on either side, can they not? In an issue as complex as a $310 million budget, it would seem to me you could be asking questions all over the place.
I would need to review the pro and con mechanism for conducting a debate.
On a $310 million budget?
Well, I understand that the chair is entitled to use pro and con. I'm not aware of the nuances of it. I myself haven't really been involved with a pro and con.
Then may I ask that we take a short recess while the attorney reviews the nuances of pro and con?
There has not been a motion put forward properly.
I move to take a short recess while the attorney reviews the nuances of the pro and con mechanism.
Second.
There's been a motion to go into recess for an undefined period of time. It's been seconded by Mr. Medina. All in favor?
Aye.
Roll call vote.
Roll call to recess. This is our third. Tahiba Bain.
Nope.
Christine Baptiste Perez.
Nope.
Albert Benahan. Akeisha Casimir.
No.
Lily Medina. I'm gonna go yes. Joseph Sokolovic.
Yes.
Robert Traber. Andre Woodson. Albert Benahan, recess? Yes or no, recess? We on the recess?
Yeah.
We're gonna recess, 5-4, recess. For the third time.
All right, good evening. This is a call to order. The time now is 9:49. We're coming from a brief recess. What I'm going to do is allow board counsel to clarify how debate will work so members of the board and the public can be aware, and then we can proceed with debate.
In the chair's discretion, you may first do the pro-con, and then following that, each member would have the usual opportunity to speak, and they may speak up to 2 times, starting with the mover. And generally understand it's 10 minutes each.
What's your point? Okay. So you can wait and listen to debate and make a determination whether you're pro or con. So right now, Mr. Trey, point of information by Ms. Perez.
The pro and con is not a vote. It's just right now I'm pro or con.
Yeah,
Is
just
that
to
correct?
understand how
If
the,
I said I'm con, I can still begin to ask my questions and debate there. Is that what's happening?
I see the convolution of the term debate and questions.
Okay, go for it.
If you're for the budget, debate is on why you're for the budget. We had spent approximately over an hour and a half last week discussion on this topic where a plethora of questions were asked and then the motion was made. So now that we're in debate, it's an understanding of the pros, the cons, and then each board member will have the opportunity to speak as to why they are against or why they are for the budget. And maybe as just a clarification, Dr. Avery, as well as council, can just talk to the ramifications if we don't pass this budget tonight, just so that way the public is clear as to some of the potential ramifications and why we need to get that done. So, Dr. Avery. Let's see.
Madam Chair, Superintendent Levy David, members of the board, it's my understanding that the Board of Ed is required to present a budget to the mayor by April the 1st. If that does not happen, I'm not 100% sure of all the ramifications, but it is a law that we have to provide that budget to the city. So it will hinder a lot of things that we as a district, as a school district moving forward, if we don't pass a budget and giving that budget for considerations for the city to finalize their budget as well. So it's just a lot of things that's going to put roadblocks for us to do the work as a district. And so I'm hoping that is a little bit of clarity as to the reason why we need to do this. Yes, I understand all the ups and downs and things that has happened prior to this. But again, for consideration, the city will present their budget April 1st, and we need to provide a budget to them.
Okay, and council? Is there any state statute or legal ramifications that we'll have should we not pass this budget tonight? Okay.
I would have to review that.
Okay. And so I actually, what I'm hearing from board members is that they would like to utilize their 10 minutes of debate. If you can let me finish speaking, we can get through this meeting a lot faster. So if board members have any questions, because I do want this to understanding the legal ramifications of it, some of the potential ramifications from it if we don't submit it. If board members want to, during their debate, ask questions, they can feel free, although there's no promise or guarantee that there will be an answer to it. I'm willing to do that in order so we can actually take a vote on this item tonight, but just with an understanding that you still have to identify whether you're pro or con or you don't know, which is fine. And then each speaker will have 2 times to speak. And I'm willing to make the concession that during this time, they can ask questions, but we are already in a valid motion that's in debate. So it's going to go forward in that if your question isn't answered, it isn't answered. But we need to move forward with this so we can meet our April 1 deadline. And so with that, what is your point of information?
The budget needs to be submitted to the city by Monday, you're saying, Dr. Avery?
That is correct.
And when we asked about this last Monday.
Oh, wait, let me just clarify. We're in debate. So your point of information, what you're supposed to ask a point. You're utilizing this time as
It's
part of
the
your
point of
debate.
information.
Well, it said April 1st.
I asked the question. I'm
Okay.
still asking a question.
No. This is going to be part of your speaking time. And
No,
yeah,
it's
I'm going
not. No,
to
it's
take this
not.
from your time.
So we could
No.
have a special meeting later this week if we needed to, is what I'm asking you.
Who's calling that?
No, I'm not, no. Mm-mm.
Nope.
You can express your opinion, Ms. Bain, but I'm only asking,
All right.
there's nothing that prevents
time
that.
started about 5 minutes
Okay,
ago.
point of order now.
State your point. Time is still going. Ms. Bain, you don't have the floor right now. Mr. Traber's time is going as he has 5 minutes remaining to speak on this topic.
How can I have 5 minutes remaining out of 10? I haven't spoken but about a minute.
And you asked questions, so that took out of your time.
That is correct. Okay, so the point of order is
Here's how a point of order works, since it seems to be, here you go, talking again, is just coming out your time. And the way a point of order works is there needs to be a violation of process or procedure, and then it's determined by the chair. And then I'm determining that you're wrong and that this is coming out of your time.
I have the
As
floor,
you
Madam
continue
Chair.
to speak up and against,
you
have the opportunity to ask your questions.
Okay,
And you
now
are
I have a
wasting
point of
your
order.
time and then
I have the
allege
floor.
that you don't have no more time.
Don't have no
Maybe,
more.
Mr. Traber, you got 4 minutes left. You want to go ahead and ask your
I
question?
have a point of order.
You got 4 minutes? Okay,
I
state
speak?
your point.
May I ask,
That's not a point of order. You have to have
the
an
point of
objection
order
regarding
is-
process or
the
procedure.
point of order to the attorney is, if I'm speaking on a point of information or a point of order, does that come out of my 10 minutes?
Yes, I'm trying to enter into pro-con, and instead of entering into pro-con, they continue to use dilatory motion and improper conduct to delay it. I'm just trying to get a gauge. And if he said that he didn't understand, the waste of 7 minutes is inappropriate. And so I just want to know if people are pro-con, although I already, as chair, have a feeling of the split of this vote. And so it's
Another's feeling or seem?
well, it's very easy. I'll go down the line. Ms. Casimir, are you pro or con?
Sorry, I didn't get an answer from council yet on my point of order.
Ms. Casimir, are you pro or con?
Pro. Does the time come out of my,
In the chair's intent, is we're going to do the pro and con, and then each member can speak.
Yeah.
all right, so that doesn't come out of my 10 minutes, does it?
I would say in the interest of trying to get to a vote tonight, that we should go and do the pro and con, and then each member can speak. And say we let him have, Mr. Trager asked this question. I leave it to your discretion, but I think that if you wanted to use your discretion to allow him his 10 minutes, that would be fine.
Okay.
No objection.
So we're going to go into, so Ms. Casimir says she's pro, I'm pro, Ms. Perez. This is just pro-con on the budget. Ms. Perez says pro. Mr. Woodson, are you pro-con? Ms. Bain, are you pro-con the budget?
I'm pro the budget.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Bain. That pretty much goes to how I had projected it. And so now that, okay, Mr. Benahan. Mr. Medina.
This is the pro-con format, which the chair is asking prior to doing the debate. You could say pro or con. Well, I don't know. Yes, that is the intent of the chair.
I'm trying to, but
Casimir needs to turn hers off.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I'm supposed to say yes or no if or I don't know. That's I'm just trying to find out what am I voting on here because I haven't spoke. I had many questions about the budget, so I'm just trying to figure out what am I voting on? Okay, what am I deciding? Whether I'm pro or con on the budget?
Yeah.
Of a speaking order? I still don't understand the question. I'm supposed to choose whether I want to be pro or con for a budget that I haven't been able to ask any questions about. How can any of us do that? So I don't know where I stand. If that's an answer, I don't understand. And I want it on the record that I can't make a decision unless we can actually speak about it. Respectfully, the board.
Okay, thank you,
I'm
Mr.
sorry, I'm
Medina.
speaking. I have the mic. May
I need to get a
finish? I
pro-con
know.
understanding. And so what you're saying is you have insufficient information at this time to make a decision. So I just want to continue along with that.
Like that, yes.
Mr. Traber? Okay, Mr. Traber also states that he has insufficient information in order to come up with a decision at this time. Mr. Sokolovic? Okay, and Mr. Sokolovic's con. Mr. Benahan, you were the last person to pass. Pro-con, Mr. Benahan? Huh? Con, okay. Thank you very much. So, Mr. Wilson, you are the maker of the motion. You have the opportunity to speak first as to why you are in favor of this. Do you want to speak first or are you going to pass? Mr. Wilson's going to pass. So, pro-con, pro-pass. So we're going to start with a con argument. Mr. Benahan, can you start off with the con argument? And facilitating this as a pro-con debate, Mr. Benahan has identified himself as against this updated budget. So, Mr. Benahan, can you please speak to as why you're against this budget? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The reason is I'm against the budget is one big reason, very obviously. We need to discuss a lot of things for the budget because we're not talking about $10,000, $20,000, $30,000. We're talking about millions of dollars that we have to know where exactly where they go, in what department, and what we can use, what we cannot use, or where we can change it, we can use this department more, stuff like that. But really to approve something that as a board member, we don't know exactly how the budget is going to run, how the public, staff, I'm talking public, I'm talking staff, I'm talking parents, I'm talking students, they want to know what's going on with the budget, Bridgeport Public School. They don't make sense for me to discuss something so fast or make a decision so fast when I know we got time. Well, we're supposed to have a time a long time ago. If this situation was presented long time ago, we would not be discussing this budget in this time. I know we can be discussing something else about Bridgeport Public School, but as I say, we need to discuss them very clear because we're talking about $1 million, and I know some department they don't use. They can, let me clarify. Each department, I know they're gonna have some amount of money. Why that another department they give less when they can give it more? I could give it a sample, especially department. I know they need more than other department. I just want to put that sample over there. So this is the reason we need to discuss very clear this budget because, as I say, it's not $1,000 we're talking about. We're talking about millions of dollars. So we need to be clear as a board member. We can ask questions. So very simple, a simple question. Simple question. What is so hard to answer? And to be sure, our community, parents, students, everybody's watching, the whole Connecticut, Alpha Connecticut, they know they can know that we can handle and we can work with the budget of Bridgeport Public School. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Benahan. I'm going to go to someone on the pro side. Ms. Perez, can you state your reason as to why you are for the proposed budget for 24-25? Okay, Ms. Perez is going to pass. And so then we have to go to the next con, which is Mr. Sokolovic.
Yes, I'm against this budget because it needs several amendments. The first amendment, I make a motion to amend executive line in the budget found on page 5 of the executive summary from 112,710,068 to a number to be determined after debate, and may such funds be redistributed at a proportion of 50% to add to maintenance staff and to reduce the reliance on internal service fund to balance the budget for this next year. Have a second?
Okay, and so I'm going to call the point of order, and I can let the board attorney clarify that that is a dilatory motion pursuant to an amendment may be made by inserting, adding words pursuant to the main motion on the floor. Mr. Sokolovic has made a motion that deals with nothing with the main motion that is on the floor.
Main motion is approval of the budget.
The chair can determine if a motion is germane, I'm sorry, if the amendment is germane to the main motion, or whether it is dilatory, and that's your discretion.
Oh, yeah, no, it's definitely dilatory to the main motion, so
An
therefore I
amendment to the
disagree.
budget by moving millions of dollars from one line to the budget to another line to the budget, as your professional opinion as an attorney who has overseen school districts for years, you're saying it's proper not to give a board member a chance to amend the budget. Those are your words, and you're going to stand by those.
I don't believe council's made those words. I'm just going to read this just from Robert's rules that specifies the kind of amendments that are improper. An amendment that is improper is germane, is dilatory. An amendment which means that if the group voted yes, it would be equivalent to voting no on the original motion. An amendment that changes one type of motion into another type. An amendment that strikes out words in effect to put that motion into effect. An amendment that is frivolous or absurd. An amendment that would result in the wording that doesn't make any sense. The language that was proposed by Mr. Sokolovic makes no sense to the main motion that's before the board.
I'm wishing to amend the budget.
I disagree.
Amend the budget as presented to be presented as something else. Since when is that out of order?
Disagree. The amendment is a modification to propose.
To the proposed budget, yes. Proposed budget, which is our only,
during a meeting.
One of our only powers as a
Okay,
Board
I
of
can
Education.
see, Mr. Sokolovic, you're going to be utilizing your time right now in debate. So
Well, this is on the
amendment. No, there is no
There's
valid
a
amendment
properly
on the
second
floor.
amendment on the floor.
There is no valid amendment on the floor.
There is a valid amendment on the floor.
There is no valid.
You're saying as a
amendment.
representative of Bertram Moses that it's illegal and improper to amend a $310 million budget. You put your reputation.
The chair has spoken, and that motions that are intended to delay or obstruct and do not improve the main motion. In what?
Money from one area of the budget to the other. What is dilatory about that? What is dilatory?
In what way
about
would-
the discussion to move?
Mr. Sokolovic, can you please not yell at the attorney as he's spoken on something you may not agree on? And also, please don't yell at counsel to try to degrade his firm, his background, or his education. So.
Thank you. I heard what set out an alarm for me was the number to be determined later. It just seems like the motion is, or your amendment is indefinite.
No,
And given This, given what I understand were the amendments offered last time, it seems in that spirit that there is a record being made of delay.
No, your amendment was never approved. Therefore, you cannot make an amendment to an amendment that was never approved. There was no amendment to the amendment that was never approved and dilatory and improper in the first place. No, Mr. Sokolovic. Oh, Mr. Sokolovic. Okay, good.
I'll make a motion. Motion to amend line 1 of certified salaries from $112,710,068 to $108 million. Savings to be found during discussion when we go into the budget as broken down.
Okay, so there's been a motion, and I'm going to call the point of order that is again an improper motion that's been made, dilatory, as it has no impact on the language or main motion that stands at the floor right now. Mr. Sokolovic, you have 3 minutes remaining.
I have not even begun to, please, attorney, I made the recommended change to your thing, to what you stated. It's close end. Again, we're amending the main motion, which said the main motion is approving a $309 million budget with these categories. I'm
Mr.
attempting to
Sokolovic, you're
amend
adding
one. I'm
languages-
speaking.
language into the main motion. So
It
please
is
read the
related
appropriate main
directly to
motion
the main
that's there
motion.
and make
And this is,
an
again,
appropriate
this is
amendment to the
amendment. This is
language
not
of the
out of my
main
time.
motion. You have 2 minutes.
Attorney, please. This is an improper motion to amend the budget from one number
There's
to
been
another.
no amendment to the
Close
main motion
end?
on the floor right now.
There's a motion that's been seconded, and there's a point of order being asked of the attorney if it's a proper motion or not.
The chair has the discretion not to permit the amendment as dilatory.
And do
Proposed
you
amendment.
find this dilatory to change line items in a budget?
At this stage, when you had amendments from the last meeting that were not approved, I believe the chair is not abusing her discretion in finding it dilatory.
State your point, and just be mindful this is coming from Mr. Sokolovic's time. You have 1 minute remaining in your time, Mr. Sokolovic.
Those amendments would be what you're voting. The amended main motion is what you'll be voting on tonight. I don't have any knowledge of that.
The language is exactly there as it was proposed from the main motion of last week. After counsel with the city attorney in discussion regarding dilatory and improper motions, including frivolous renaming of line items and rows, and after counsel with actual parliamentarian, including the city attorney, I received confirmation that the conduct from the May 11th meeting was improper. However, because the board did vote on that, that will be reflected in this. The minutes and the actual information from May 11th was not available to provide in the board members' packet tonight. So therefore, any implication of impropriety is incorrect. And what was voted from last week, what was amended from last week, I wish it was May, what was amended from March 11th will stand, but it was improper. And so I received consultation that the conduct was improper, and therefore I am not going to allow that to stand. And part of this is being teachable and coachable as a chair and being able to facilitate to the rules that we have before us. And so, again, this was through a parliamentarian that was licensed, as well as the city attorney in terms of dilatory motions. And they clearly pointed out that such conduct from March 11th was improper. Therefore, I will not allow such conduct to stand for tonight as well. And that concludes Mr. Sokolovic's time. And so now, okay, so that is opposition.
Approving this budget.
Okay, so the next item, okay, so the opposition has had the opportunity to speak. And so, Mr. Sokolovic, you can leave this meeting. You have been warned. You have been warned that your conduct is inappropriate and you're yelling and inappropriate conduct. This is not the example that we need to be. As you continue to yell, it's irresponsible that you have to think that you have to yell. Oh my, Mr. Sokolovic, please, you need to appropriate with yourself with appropriate decorum as you've been asked.
The budget has not passed. In the news.
In news.
Staff members saying there is no deadline.
Members of the audience.
Creation is not my problem.
Okay, so now we are going back into the pro-con debate. The opposition has had an opportunity to speak. So now I want to give a member of the pros the chance to speak. What's your point of information?
I can't hear.
I'm not on the mic. Sorry, Ms. Bain. He hasn't turned on my mic.
I read what is a dilatory motion earlier today, and so therefore I will not read it again for inability to listen.
Thank you. Sorry, Ms. Bain. You just said that you had consulted with the city council and an outside council about inappropriate actions that were taken last week at the meeting. And I'm asking you to clarify what those actions were, since Mr. Bohannon was here advising us on the actions that we took, and there was no suggestion that we were doing anything inappropriate or wrong. So could you clarify what was done incorrectly according to these two sources that you spoke with in the time between the meetings?
Okay. I did not consult with city council, as in city council president Ida Nieves, and I did not consult with an outside council. I asked the city attorney about dilatory motions, and he guided me to the point in the book. And there's a parliamentarian, including the Connecticut Association of Boards of Education, that's called CABE, that when you have questions as a chair, you can call and ask for advice. So I called and asked for advice on Robert's rules. And given that conversation, your motions were dilatory, improper. It was made to delay, cause the meetings to go long, and frivolous, and not impacting the main motion before the board. So now that I've clarified that, we will continue with pro-con debate. No, you don't have the floor. You actually raised the point of order. So pro-con debate, we're going to now go on. Now we're going to go on with the pro-con debate. I offered the floor to Ms. Perez. I did Mr. Wilson. I will allow the chair of the Facilities and Finance Committee, Ms. Casimir, to speak as to why she is pro this motion.
I believe in the superintendent's vision. I understand everything that she has explained to me when it comes to this budget. I believe that she is intelligent enough to know that if some funding needs to be moved around, that is allowed to be moved around, that we should trust her to do so. So that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Casimir.
Oh.
All right, now we've facilitated the pros. For board members that are indifferent, Mr. Medina, do you have any comments? Are you pro, con? And do you have anything to state?
I think I already answered whether I was pro and con. So because I haven't decided which one I am, am I allowed to speak, ask questions or anything? Because I'm kind of confused. So please, let me know what's possible here.
You have the floor. Your time has started at 10:19.
I can? Is it sitting next to me? Yes. Question, Madam Chair, on what our candidate, so the amendments that we,
Your comment in debate has to be regarding the main motion.
which
That's a good
is,
question about passing the budget.
that's what I'm talking about, but which is, what's the main motion, ma'am?
Has to approve the budget.
Are you asking me what the main motion is that we discussed on March 11, was postponed till this night, was also voted on and seconded by you in order to postpone it to be last? You don't understand what you voted on? I just need
Second by,
clarification.
excuse me, second by me?
Mm,
Please, let me
that-
see the minutes.
Oh, well,
Miss Marlene Siegel, you're on?
I don't believe Ms. Siegel takes the minutes, but just trying to understand that you've been in this meeting, it's
Miss Marlene Siegel, you're on?
10:21. You don't understand the main motion?
Miss Marlene Siegel, are you on? I know, well aware. Miss St. Louis, may I?
Just ask.
I'm just wondering where are the minutes of the special meeting because we have made some amendments. And I'm just trying to figure out if those amendments are supposed to be part of this vote or not, because we have made amendments.
Point of order, Mr. Medina, you're not following the process. The way this works in debate is that you're going to debate. You're asking for minutes from prior meetings. You've expressed that it is now 10:22, and you don't understand the main motion that's on the floor that we've discussed in 2 different meetings. I'm very concerned.
Can you please, I asked you earlier, but I'll make
Do
it
you have-
clear.
Do
Would you
you
be
have
kind enough?
the motion in front of you?
No.
Wow. You guys should keep order.
Wow, very
When the motion is
disrespectful to all of you.
the motion is to, yeah, me too, me too. Me Too movement, hashtag Me Too. All right, so the main motion on the table is approval of the update, Mr. Benahan. Me too. Okay, the main motion is approval of the updated 24-25 budget. That is the main motion that we're asking you to discuss on.
Okay, may I ask
Okay.
where is? may I-
Also, just want to be clear, it is 10:22. As as tabled by the time we left the March 11th meetings.
We never had a March 11th meeting.
Okay.
I'm asking about, we had a special meeting and I'm asking, where's the budget? I don't have those documents in front of me.
On the portal, Ms. Medina.
I'm sorry?
You can check the Board of Ed portal.
Oh, it's not on there.
Oh. Okay. Your time is still going.
Why is it that we sit on this board and we fail to help each other communicate correctly? We fail to help each other understand and work with the process. we fail to share information. And when I'm just asking a question, that you as chair should help lead the discussion and lead the talks, you are choosing to not answer any questions or share with us anything.
Mr. Medina, it's not my job to read for you and regurgitate information. The information is on the portal for you to make a decision of pro con. There's been several discussions in the Facilities and Finance Committee meeting where you had the opportunity to talk. You had the opportunity to reach out to the superintendent if you had any questions directly, as well as speak to Keisha Casimir. So therefore, you have the no, nobody said you can. I said you had to speak to the chair of that committee. No, you weren't refused. Mr. Sokolove, can you get off of your soapbox and get off of whatever is impacting your ability to make rational decisions? You're actually very offensive. As we're going to move on, as you are yelling. All right, we're just going to move on with a roll call vote.
How are you
for
moving
the
on for
amendment.
my time,
Ms. Perez, take a roll call
Madam Chair? How am I moving
for
and
the
moved
approval of the
on
budget.
when I haven't
It's
had
fine.
my
We can
time?
just see if the budget fails. And then if you have any questions pertaining to the budget, you can go ahead. We're gonna go ahead and move
I'm
on
only a
to
little
a
bit
roll
over
call
5
vote.
minutes of my time and you're taking my time?
You want to speak, Ms. Perez? Then you can go ahead and speak because all I'm hearing is questions from someone being extremely aloof without reading information at this time.
So I do have questions about the budget. Is I am pro the budget because I don't have 309 million to spend on the district. So I need the budget to be passed eventually. My questions have to do with some of the staffing. The new budget has allocated additional positions for certified and non-certified staffing. So I'll start with the certified staffing, like teachers in the classroom. What's the plan to ensure that we don't start the year with teacher shortages, as that would affect the budget if we're using the Kelly? Is it Kelly? The subs? Yeah. Would that affect the budget for using more substitutes versus hiring the certified staff? And this question is what's the plan to make sure that we have staffing in the beginning of the school year for teachers for all the open positions that we have under the certified salaries?
Sorry, I turned on Miss St. Louis' mic as well. I believe she had a response.
Okay, Ms. Perez, I, along with my team, have identified several areas of inefficiency in the way that we allocate staffing. The first is that we don't take the time to actually balance classes at the beginning of the year. And we have inequities in the number of students in classrooms across the entire district, starting from elementary all the way to secondary. That practice could easily yield the majority of the teachers, if not all of the teachers, that we need to fill vacancies across the district. In the case of the schools, just the schools that we proposed for closure, we identified just from those schools alone 161 positions with the same similar issues where we had classrooms that had large numbers of students versus classes that did not. And so that is a very commonplace strategy for addressing how we utilize teachers in order not to have to rely on temps. My vision is to eliminate the needs for temporaries in the district across the board, because we do not have the same level of trust in the ability of a temp teacher to deliver the instruction that a certified teacher in the state of Connecticut can.
And then, since we are not closing schools, those 160 positions are still going to be in their current schools. So are there other, you mentioned needing to balance the classrooms? Are there other plans to balance the classroom without the school closure, since that's not on the table anymore?
Whether we close the schools or not, we're still gonna have to go through that exercise from pre-K through 12 in order to ensure that we have,
You go.
in order to ensure that we have the student to teacher ratios that we're aiming for, and also to ensure that we don't have disproportionate student teacher ratios across the district. And so we expect that that exercise alone is going to yield the number of certified staff that we need to move forward.
Okay, and then the non-certified salaries. So the positions that are going to be, and I guess additional positions in terms, I guess those are certified. I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong page. I apologize. Give me 1 second. So new positions in the operating budget are going to be some supervisory positions, director positions. What's the plan on those, and what's the benefit of having those positions versus additional classroom teachers? So I'm talking about like director of science programs. I believe we already have director of literacy and math, if I'm not mistaken. We did that this year, but those programs, those jobs specifically, like, what will be the benefit of having those positions versus additional classroom teachers being hired?
Well, it's not an either or proposition. We need both. We need those certified managerial instructional leadership positions, and we also need teachers. One of the things that happened during the past few budget cycles is that instructional support across the board was virtually eliminated from the district. And in order for us to support teachers with professional development, coaching, and also a deeper understanding of the curriculum that we still haven't purchased, it is really critical to have experts in the field to guide that work, to lead it, to provide observation and guidance, to provide feedback to our teachers, and to actually engage in those cycles of observation and feedback that are critical to learning and mastering the craft. And so in the absence of that, what we're left with are teachers that don't have the support they need to be successful in the classroom.
Okay. In previous facilities meetings, finance meetings, late last year, I forget which meeting it was, but Ms. Siegel had presented I think it was a budget timeline. And we had talked about, I believe we had talked about what happens with ESSER funding, the positions that would be removed with the ESSER funding is currently funding, and that we won't have. So, and those were social work, guidance, school counselors and social workers. So my question is, at one point she mentioned attrition, so just not replacing certain positions, which what's the plan with that? Because we obviously need these positions. So I think at one point she had mentioned using those temp services that you had mentioned. So what's the plan to make sure that we are fully staffed in terms of our SEL staff?
Yeah, since that meeting, I've had many meetings with Ms. Siegel and also with Ms. St. Louis. We are not in danger of losing those positions. We have done a really good job of moving those positions into the operating budget as retirements and attrition have occurred. And so we're in a really strong position right now with our counseling and social work positions. We are not going to be decreasing the amount of social emotional work that we provide to our students. If anything, we're looking forward to providing more.
So with retirements, those positions will still be open, meaning if somebody does retire in the school counseling position or social work position this year, that is going to be on.
That position will be refilled with a counselor or a social worker. That's correct.
Okay. I think you answered my question. In terms of the curriculum that we don't really have in the district, is it possible that these directors Director of Science, Director of Literacy Math, so on and so forth. Would it be possible for them to work with a team to create the curriculum?
The cost of assigning teachers to work outside of their contract with professionals in order to develop the curriculum is actually higher than purchasing a curriculum from a high-performing neighboring district here in the state of Connecticut that's already been vetted, that already includes all of the bells and whistles that we would expect for teachers to construct, which would take multiple years.
Okay. I probably don't have it in front of you now, but at some point, can we get those differences? Like what it would cost to do in-house versus shopping around, I guess?
I can certainly, I'm happy to put that together for you.
Um,
Because you have to pay time and a half, right? And you have to pay out of contract stipends in order to have that work happen. And when you're talking about developing a curriculum for a turnaround district such as ours, you're also talking about developing a curriculum that includes scaffolding for students that are outside of their grade level performance. So we're asking teachers to have the heavy lift of working a full day and then turning around and becoming writers over the summertime, which gives them no break. And that, in my experience, is not an effective way to develop a curriculum.
And
All right.
how much time?
No, you're done?
How much time do you have?
That is your time.
I got 10 minutes. Tim got 10 minutes.
Yeah, that was 10:25.
That was productive. Thank you.
10:25.
I appreciate that. I'll come back. Come back to me.
Okay. So in order to continue to facilitate the pro-con debate, the only con that right now with their hands up is Mr. Benahan. I'm facilitating the pro-con debate. Mr. Benahan's a con, so I want to hear what Mr. Benahan has to say, or if he has any questions. As I stated earlier, that I am allowing individuals to utilize their time to ask questions in order to move this forward, so we don't have to worry about the legal, statutory, or financial consequence of not passing this budget tonight. So go ahead, Mr. Benahan.
I really do not understand something that I know when I'm a part of that committee, that Ms. Casimir, she said, any question come to the Board of Education, you can ask any question to the people that was not part of the committee. We here asking the question, Madam Chair, and you want to refuse. That's what I want to tell for the record, and Ms. Madam Chair, with all your respect, treat us like a person. We're not a little child. We're not your son or something like that. We need to talk like a professional, because I know you are professional. We all professional here. The way you behave, the way you talk to us, we are not a little child. And I'm tired about that. I'm a grown man. And we all grow here. The way you talk to us is not unnecessary. It's very understandable.
Mr. Benahan.
I just want to say that for the record. Thank you.
Regarding the item. Okay, thank you. You utilized your 2 times to speak. Also, just for clarification, I know you're off, and I have the floor as chair of this meeting. I don't appreciate threats, false statements, yelling, lying before the public, lying on social media. And so right now, as both, no, Mr. Benahan, you don't have the floor. I'm going to need you to respect me the way I respect you. And with good communication, we can go very far. I respect my people. I respect my community. You don't have the floor. You just resign. You just let go of the floor. Oh, Mr. Sokolovic, there you go again. There you go. We're going to move along since Mr. Benahan let go of the floor. And okay, okay. Word, I agree. Absolutely. Moving on. So the con had an opportunity to speak, and so we're going to go back and facilitate the pros. Ms. Bain, do you have anything to add as to why you support the budget
Yes, I do. I support the budget because I believe that Dr. Levy David is well aware of her job and knows what she needs and has created and put in place a staff that can help her execute what needs to be done in that budget. I hear what everyone is saying, and yes, there may be some questions, but there's going to always be questions. And it's not what you ask, it's how you ask, and it's as well as what you ask. And Dr. Levy-David and the budget needs to get approved so we can do the work we need to do for our children. If we have questions, let us ask the questions and let the questions be answered. And I think we need to stop casting blame and like pointing fingers and accusing and using, okay, should I say, using accusatory tones in this meeting. So yeah, I'm for it. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Fain. I want to give the opportunity to members that had insufficient information and now have an opportunity to hear that you can ask questions, have the opportunity to ask questions pertaining to the budget. I'll start with Mr. Medina. Time is 10:39. Oh, yep. Press again.
Yeah, I was setting on my time because I was not allowed to speak before. Knowing that this has been a strong debate here, I'll make a motion to extend the debate.
There's been a motion to extend the debate with an indefinite amount of speaking. All in favor of extending the debate to allow speakers to speak more than 2 times for up to 10 minutes each. That will extend this meeting further out. And we'll do this by roll call vote. Ms. Perez? No, it's going to be the whole night.
My point of, I guess, is information, you can correct me if I'm wrong. It will be extended, like you said, but will it still be aligned with the pro-con method that we've been using?
In here.
My question was, as we extend this debate, if we extend the debate, will we still use the same method of pro-con? Is it method? Pro-con, will we still go by pro-con?
If this motion to extend this meeting goes further, and so that extends the time to speak, the number of times to speak, then yeah, we'll continue to facilitate it in a pro-con manner.
Okay.
So we can make motions right now? Okay.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I'm calling the roll call.
Okay, so we're going to do the roll call vote now to extend debate.
Tahiba Bain.
No.
Christine Baptiste Perez.
No, I don't believe that debate should be extended, as members had the opportunity at the special meeting on March 11th to ask questions. Also, the floor now has been extended to ask questions during debate in order to move this forward. And so therefore, there is no need to vote no. Mr. Traber, you don't have the floor. And I have the right to explain my no vote, just like Mr. Sokolovic. And I understand that you may not want to follow the rules and pick and choose, but I have the right to explain my no vote.
Okay.
I have the right to explain my no vote. And no, this is about respect. Respect. I have the right to explain my no vote just as much as Mr. Sokolovic has the right to explain his no vote. So don't disrupt me as I'm explaining no as to why I don't think we need to be here any longer with the budget that's here before us. So go ahead, Ms. Perez. You were at me, you did Ms. Bain, and so that way the record's clear. Just continue with the vote.
Albert Benahan Grajales. Mic check.
I vote yes for the reason because we need to discuss where we go this budget.
Akeisha Casimir. Willie Medina.
Yes, I asked for it because would like to go line by line and then get the discussion made because we don't understand his budget. We don't have enough information. Thank you.
Jennifer Perez is going to vote yes, as long as you ask questions and not stay silent. So let's do that. Sorry. Joseph Sokolovic. I'm sorry. I just have a few more questions. That's why.
Yes, with the explanation being that on March 11th, the meeting was adjourned because we did not have all the information that we needed to make the decision, and we still don't have all the information we needed to make the decision. And I have several more points to make during debate, and I would like to be able to do so. Thank you.
Robert Traber.
Mike, first off, yes is my vote, and the reason is because there was no March 11th meeting where we were allowed to talk at all. There was a March 18th meeting last Monday where it was the first meeting that we were allowed to ask any questions about this budget. The majority of the board, 5 members of the board, were allowed to speak for the first time about the budget last Monday. And contrary to what has been said here tonight, there was not an hour and a half of discussion. There was probably between a half hour to an hour of questions and discussion. We hadn't even done one round of questions. If I recall clearly.
You tabled it though. We could have.
If I recall clearly, Ms. Casimir tried to ask some questions, but you had already put a motion on the floor through Mr. Woodson. And so Ms. Casimir wasn't even allowed to ask questions about the budget. So we didn't even have a full one round of questions from board.
Oh,
That's not true.
Oh, you interrupted when I was speaking, so I thought that was a norm. Oh, okay. Okay, Ms. Perez?
Andre Woodson Sr. We're still in debate, extending it.
Okay, point of order, point of order. Can I say something real quick, please?
Right now, the board attorney has something to add.
I believe motion to extend debate requires a 2/3 vote.
Oh, it fails. Stop. There's a Jesus. Stop. Motion fails. Motion fails. There is not a 2/3 vote. Oh, I want to thank Berchman Moses. Now we're going to move on with debate. No, so we're going to move on. Thank you very much, council. So in the pro-con debate, Mr. Medina spoke, and Mr. Benahan has utilized his time. Ms. Perez has went, your time has went. Your time to speak was 10:39. There was, the time was 10:39. So now, right now, we're up to.
I'm trying to.
All right, you don't have.
I can't speak to that. If the board feels a 2/3 vote is not correct, I have extend debate is a 2/3 vote.
Yeah, the motion to extend the debate requires a 2/3 vote. Oh my God, you know what? It's just after, we're not going to argue with council. We're going to respect our parliamentarian of the Board of Education.
I thought you said
respect our parliamentarian of the Board of Education. Any changes to the voice of the board requires a 2/3 vote. Yes, and that's, I almost like lapsed on that. Maybe you should take out your rule book. But anyway, we're going to continue on with it. All right.
Excuse me, point of order.
The next speaker that we have, let's see. No, right now, we are going to go, as long as you keep talking over me, this is not going to lead very well.
Okay, point of order.
All right, so we had Mr. Medina go ahead and speak at 10:39. The time now is 10:48. Mr. Medina, you have a
Motion to recess.
You have 1 minute, Mr. Medina.
No.
It's been like that.
Okay, can I motion point of order?
There's been a call for a point of order by Ms. Bain. There's no motion to recess on the table as I've not acknowledged the speaker on the floor.
Okay, great.
All right, Mr. Medina,
I move to recess.
All right, roll call vote. And this is to recess the meeting.
Wait. Can you ask like a specific time? Because unlike other people on that board, I do have a life, and I know other people on the board do too.
Oh,
and
I
I have work to do the next day.
But this is 300 billion.
Yeah. No.
Mr. Benahan, you need to respect the question and the speaker on the floor.
Yeah,
Mr. Benahan, the fact that you're taking this very personally, let's just take the vote. All in favor of a recess, say yay.
Yeah.
All, there's been a roll call vote for it. Ms. Perez, take roll call for recess.
And I think they asked for this people to leave. They can do their shenanigans.
Ms. Bain, you get to go first. Motion to recess, yea or
No.
nay?
Nay.
No.
Absolutely, definitely no.
Christina Ortiz Perez, Albert Benahan Hollis. Akeisha Casimir,
No.
Willie Medina,
Yes, please.
Jennifer Perez, no. Joseph Sokolovic, Robert Traber,
I vote. Mike, please. I vote yes, simply for a 5-minute recess so that we can get clarification from the attorney on that question only. Not to delay this, but to get clarification.
Andre Woodson. 4 or 5 fail.
Motion fails. All right, so. All right.
Point of order, Madam
I
Chair.
think that,
Point of order, Madam Chair.
what is your point?
I'm asking the attorney for an opinion on whether or not he should reconsider that motion.
No, the assembly has spoken on it.
The assembly has.
The assembly has voted no to
Assembly voted
recess,
on
so we're
recess
going
question.
back into debate.
The assembly voted on a recess question, not on that question.
The assembly has
So I'm
voted
now
not to
asking the
recess
attorney
to address that issue, and
reconsider
so
his
we
opinion.
enter back into debate. And so there's members of this body that still needs their opportunity to speak. Mr. Medina time started at 10:39 and it ended at 10:49. So now we are going to move into a pro. In terms of pro, the only 2 board members that have yet to speak that are pro are Andre Woodson and myself. I will allow Mr. Woodson to express at this time why he is pro. Mr. Woodson has no comment at this point, so then in order to continue to facilitate the pro-con debate, we're going to allow Mr. Traber to speak. The time now is 10:52. Hold on 1 second. Your mic is on.
Well, first, I guess I'll start with a point of order for the attorney. And you'll take it out of my 10 minutes, but I have a running 10 minutes here. And it's not 10 minutes while everybody else does their business and Ms. Bain interrupts and everybody else interrupts. But it's a running 10 minutes. And if somebody else
You
chooses,
interrupt us all night.
this is my 10 minutes, Ms. Bain, not yours. I'm just using the mic. And this is the first chance I've had to speak on this issue tonight. I'm all for getting through this as quickly as we can, as we discussed last Monday night. I would like to make sure that we go through it properly. This is an important, it's not 309 million anymore, even though that's what the document before us says. It is a $312.5 million budget. Actually, probably a little more than that, if I'm doing my math correctly. A little more like $312.6 million budget when we add the $3.5 million that we added with our second amendment last week. But that's not in front of us. We also have a 25-page document that came into our possession last week at 4 o'clock that we wanted to spend some time going through tonight, but I guess we're not going to, which lists numerous vacant positions that Ms. Perez was just asking some questions about, that I'd like to ask some questions about. But I think that we are not going to go through this page by page. I had hoped that we would go through this page by page tonight, but, pardon me? Well, I'm going to try to, but I'm just concerned that we won't, so I want to get to some main points on this before we do that. And I guess I would start with, how many of these positions that are listed as vacant are still vacant? You see, my time's going to run out because nobody's going to answer me like last week. I asked a question and I went through 5 minutes of silence.
I didn't wait 5 minutes to answer you.
On page.
Am I going to get to answer you?
Pardon me?
Am I going to get to answer the
Oh,
question?
I'm sorry. I didn't realize.
I need to wait for my mic to come on, Mr. Traver. I'm not
apologize.
playing this game with everybody else. I'm literally trying to participate in this
Didn't
meeting.
see that, Madam Superintendent. Go
Ms.
ahead.
St. Louis, I won't presume to speak on your behalf. Can you answer the question regarding the vacancies real quick? Because I know that changes from day to day.
On page 6, there are 4 vacant positions. On page 9, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I think, maybe 7 vacant positions. So I'm wondering how many of those are still vacant, if they all are.
Where are the vacant positions you are referring to on page 6?
This is the Board of Ed funding request package, 25-page document that was given to us last Monday at 4 o'clock. 25-page document. Asked you about it last Monday. I thought that's what Ms. Perez was just referring to also. Yes, she was. Trying to minimize the waste of time here. No, she shook her head yes. That's why I said yes.
Is it the certified salaries you're referring to, Mr. Traver?
Well, no, on page 6, they are,
What's the heading on that page?
they
sir?
are under the executive summary, so I don't know whether you would call those certified salaries or not. New certified positions in the operating budget is what's it's listed, the heading in blue. On page 9, it's listed under new non-certified positions in the general fund.
This is the detailed budget request, Ms. St. Louis. The detailed budget request document. Do you
Right.
have that one with you?
Yes, I
Okay.
have this one in front of me. So it lists the Director of Secondary Science.
Sorry, can't hear you.
The Director of Secondary Science is vacant.
Director Secondary Science, Director Socio-Emotional Learning, Director Student Affairs, Supervisor Parent Community Engagement. That's the ones on page 6. And then on page 9, Director of Communications. I'm just trying to be quick. That's why I'm referencing them by name.
They're all still vacant.
Okay.
They're all still vacant?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The on page 10, under non-certified salaries, we have a $215,000 increase in facility staff. Is that new staff or is that pay increases?
I believe they are salary increases. Yeah, all of these increases are reflective of the bargaining agreements and the increases and steps that are required for 2025.
So the, hold on one second, I'm sorry. Which one? So the $485,000 increase for the line above that, security, one clerical and one guard, plus guards, that's just bargaining unit negotiated, or that's new positions?
I believe.
That's why I get confused, because that looks like that's hiring new people. Yet the one line below that, you're saying the 215,000 is just salary increases.
Right, I don't have the exact details, in front of me.
And in line 861 occupational therapists, that looks like that's new positions too. That's certainly not salary increases.
Well, we also have to note that we're absorbing
Some
expenses
are-
from the
yes,
grants.
I was gonna ask
So
you about
there's a
that too.
combination of that going
Yes.
on. And it's
Well,
difficult to tell you for each line exactly.
I'm rushing because I only get 10 minutes, so I'm trying to,
Yes.
that's why I'm asking quickly.
Yes.
So that too, has occurred to me.
Mhm.
But because of this time frame, I'm sort of feeling rushed. I'm looking at my timer here. And I don't think I have a whole lot. Yes, no, I have 2.5 minutes left. That's Mr. Medina's timer, not mine. So it could be any number of these things, and I don't have time to go through it with you in detail, and you don't have all the details here. Am I correct
That's
in
correct.
summarizing it
Yes.
that way? Okay, I appreciate that. And let me just keep flipping quickly. On what would be page under contracted services. What is special ed medical consultative services? There's a 94% increase. Is that a switch over from ESSER ARP?
Yes, we spent a couple $1 million in ESSER.
I'm having trouble hearing you. I'm
We
sorry.
spent a couple $1 million in ESSER for medical services for special
So
education.
we're switching that over the operating
Yes.
budget? Okay. And there's a significant increase in substitute staffing up at the top. Is that, what's the explanation for that? The $1 million increase there?
Which page?
It's $1 million increase in substitute staffing and $1 million increase in substitute para staffing. And I think the para one, I assume, is a switch over from ARP ESSA, ARP ESSER to the operating budget. But I wasn't sure about the teaching one, or what I think is teaching.
Okay,
On
so
what
that's
page are you
time.
on?
I'll allow Ms. St. Louis to answer the question, and then we'll go back.
No, my time's not up yet,
Wait,
Madam
on
Chair.
what page are you referring to?
My time is not up.
Yes, it is. It's
I have
11:02. You
9:44
took
from the moment you turn my
at
red light on.
10:52.
Mr. Traber, what page are you referring to?
The same page we were just discussing at the top of the page.
Page numbers. That
It's page 13 on the packet, and it was section 4, contracted services, human services, substitute staffing, human services, substitute para staffing, kindergarten. So the first two items in that table.
Yes. I believe that's the funding that's moving from ESSER into operating.
I understand about the kindergarten one, but what about the first one? We were using ESSER
Mr.
funding.
Trooper, that's going to conclude your time. Mr. Sokolovic has had his hand up for a while, and so I want to be able to get to everybody that's on there. Your time is up. Mr. Sokolovic, you can go.
Thank you. Couple of questions to follow up on one of Mr. Traber's questions about the vacant positions in the certified staff. Approximately how much is that in salaries? Rough estimate's fine. It's the supervisor, parent community engagement, director of student affairs, director of social emotional learning, director of secretary science. secondary science? Rough estimate, ballpark, within 100,000 is fine or so.
Normally, a director position would be over 100,000. Over 100,000 for a director. I don't have a specific amount.
So roughly 400,000 or 500,000 if you include benefits plus. The reason I'm asking, when this budget was constructed, seeing as how we are talking about closing schools due to maintenance, why are these positions deemed more important than increasing facilities staff to prevent further erosion of our schools and further school closures? And I'm not sure that's a you question. Maybe the superintendent or Ms. Siegel? Briefly, please. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
My time is running. I'm sorry.
I don't think that increasing facility staff is going to change the fact that some of these buildings precede World War I. But, they're just at the end of facility. We've had multiple facility updates in the state of Connecticut and across the country, and these schools have never been updated. We don't have millions of dollars to invest in updating these facilities. It's cheaper to build a brand new school.
Thank you. Yes, next question has to do with internal service funds. Now, I understand you probably got the answer to this, Ms. St. Clair, I'm sorry. St. Louis, St. Clair. I don't know why I said St. Clair. Miss St. Louis, you used to be on the city side, right? And the city keeps a reserve by statute of approximately 8%, correct?
Her mic. Miss St. Louis's mic.
I can't speak to what the city has in their reserves at this time.
Okay.
I don't think we're here to answer questions about the city budget either.
Okay, so
Next.
Do you and Ms. Siegel believe less than a 1% reserve in an internal service fund is responsible for a budget in case because the city's somewhere here, I can't find it right now. There's a $4 million estimate from the city and the rest coming from internal service funds. If we exhaust all our internal service funds this year to cover the $42 million gap, we will have none next year.
Actually,
we will have I'm sorry, Dr. Levy-David, I'm speaking. We will have a $42 million need at a minimum next year if nothing changes in the budget. Is that a correct?
Let me answer that. I'd love to answer that. It's only correct if we fail to make any of the changes that I've already recommended to the board multiple times with addressing gluts in staffing, teacher-student ratios that have not been addressed, with addressing aging facilities that are in need of repair, but we can no longer afford to repair, with addressing internal systems for automation that don't require hands, but require the use of computers. If we fail to modernize the systems that we use in the district, we will continue to hemorrhage money needlessly. So it's not sufficient to hold our hands out and say we need more money. We also have to do things internally to show that we're being responsible stewards of our funds.
Thank you. That answers my question. So unless we make $42 million in savings and cuts this year, and we stay level, we're going to need at least $42 million next year, plus the $10 to $15 million in actual escalated costs next year, bringing in a total of possible cuts next year to $55 million.
If we stop sentencing kids to special ed for life, we won't have $31 million.
So if we don't garner $55 million in special education savings, the balance of that will have to be cut.
That's not what I said. I said already, we have a lot of ineffective systems that would yield savings if we take those responsible steps and move forward. It is not about only what the money that comes in. It's also about how we utilize those funds internally. And nobody has been watching the store to make sure that gets done correctly because we turn over superintendents every year and a half.
Trying to watch the store right now through my questions. Thank you. How much time do I have left, please?
Time now is 11:08. Your time will be up at 11:13.
Thank you. So I don't think I got my sufficient ISF answered. is less than a 1%
Uh,
reserve or responsible use of money? Because if the $4 million.
Our intent is to keep a couple of $1 million
Okay.
as requested by the finance director of the city in ISF for the Board of Ed. So it's not our intention to completely deplete the
So-
ISF fund in the next year.
Right, and.
And we also have to take into account that we're expecting to receive an additional $8 million in ECS Alliance.
That's
from the
already
state.
reflected in his budget, correct? The anticipated $8
The
million.
$42 million, yeah,
So
you have to reduce it by $8 million that we're expecting to receive from the state.
It's already projected as a plus on the pie chart.
I'm sorry?
It's already reflected as a plus in the pie chart as part of the.
It's not an argument, Mr. Sokola.
No, I just want clarification because this budget is $309 million, correct?
Mhm.
And you add up all the numbers on the side, included in the pie chart, it comes to $309 million. So it's not an extra $8 million bringing us to $317 million for this budget year. It's included already. That would be double counting it if we added it on top, correct?
No, we have a $42 million gap for $41.3 million gap. Within that $41 million, we're expecting to receive $8 million from the state in
Correct.
additional funding.
Correct, which reduces the 8 million, which still requires the city to give us
So that's
16.
34 million now. We're at 34 from 42.
Correct, and in the city, we're
34.
projecting about $4 million, and already there's a,
We're we
I mean,
requested
realistic estimate, we can't
15.7. That's what we were
Correct.
proposing to request from them. But yes, if they were to give us
4. we would
only
have to-
four,
Sokola, let her speak.
I apologize.
yeah, if they were to give us only 4, hypothetically speaking, then whatever we are short, we would have to subtract from the ISF fund.
So in addition to the ISF projection.
But we also are forecasting approximately $3.5 million in vacancies, because usually there's turnover amongst the teachers.
Right. So in addition to the I forget the number, 17, where is it? The 12.8 carryover funds, which is the ISF, adding approximately another 12,
Yeah, so it'll be
including
25.
correct,
Yeah.
and including the 8 that's projected for this year, that would bring us to 32, 33. Because the $8 million projection is not included in the 36.
Are you asking her or telling her?
I'm asking her.
Yes, we currently have 36 million in
Before the withdrawal for.
before the 8, yeah.
So that's 8 minus 16, what's the number? I'm sorry. 8 minus 12.8, which is 20, minus the shortfall from the city. Is that math correct?
Run that by me again.
I'm sorry. Can we start with the number of the internal service funds? balance today?
36.6.
Right. Subtract the $8 million that's estimated for this year that has not been withdrawn, right?
Yeah, we said 6 to 8.
6 to 8.
6 to
Well, the
8.
February 29th projection is $8 million so far. I believe that's probably.
Yes, between 6 and 8, but we say
Worst
8
case
to be
scenario.
cautious.
Yeah, worst
but
case
it's not like
conservative. I understand.
right.
So subtract that 8 or 6 to 8 if it makes you more comfortable. And then we could subtract the already 12.8 in carryover funds.
Right, Mr. Sokolovic, this is, wait, no.
Please don't do that.
Dr. Levy David, Mr. Sokolovic, that is your time.
And the 4
Mr. Sokolovic, that is your time pursuant to Robert's rules.
Can you please finish?
So right now, all the cons and those who were indifferent, you had the opportunity to speak at 9:55. All the opposition, as well as those who were indifferent, had the opportunity to speak. Mr. Woodson and myself has passed a few times.
I'm looking at the record that we've been keeping. You already had your
You had
second
your
chance, sir.
opportunity to speak
You
earlier.
already had it. I'm
So
not lying to you.
therefore, right now,
She is the superintendent of school. I recognize her to speak, and I don't even got to think twice about it. So now we're going to take the vote.
Ms. Perez needs, Ms. Perez.
Ms. Perez, you actually had the opportunity. Oh, you lied. I lied. Dang, you spoke.
That was the one that was missing.
There you go. All right, go ahead, Ms. Perez. As the majority of the pros have not had the opportunity to speak, Ms. Perez has only spoken once, so she has the floor right now.
Yes, luckily, like 3 of my questions were answered. I think my last question may have been answered, but I just need a little more clarity. In the presentation we had the last few weeks, there was a 3.5 million cost savings. I think you just answered that by saying it's coming from vacancies and retirements. Okay, so if, let's say we are fully staffed, every position, do we have that 3.5 million savings? In a perfect world? Yeah.
I apologize, Ms. St. Louis. Let me have your mic.
Yeah, historically, we have never seen that happen where we were fully staffed. Unfortunately, there's very high turnover in Bridgeport.
Yeah, so that number is a pretty solid number, do we expect?
Yes.
Okay. I think you answered my question on facilities budget. And somebody else had asked the question that was answered. So I will yield my last 8 minutes or whatever it is.
All right, so since all board members in the opposition and those without sufficient information have had the opportunity to speak, only those in favor, no, it required 2/3 votes as defined by council. So I'm gonna entertain a motion to approve the updated 2024-25 budget. All in favor? Okay, there's been a roll call vote. Okay. So we are now voting on the updated 2024-2025 updated budget. Ms. Perez will be taking the roll call vote.
All right, roll call for the updated 2024-2025 budget. Tahiba Bain.
It's a yay or nay?
Yay or nay? Yes. Okay, so Tahiba Bain. Christine Baptiste Perez.
Yes.
Albert Benahan Grajales. Yes. Akeisha Casimir.
Yes.
Willie Medina.
No.
Jennifer Perez. I'll do a yes. Joseph Zakalovic.
No, with an explanation to be entered into the minutes. For the first time in my 6 years on the board, I have no confidence in this budget because we have not been able to properly vet it and go over it. We have not had an opportunity to amend this budget. So as a fiduciary of Bridgeport Public Schools and the city of Bridgeport taxpayers, federal taxpayers, and state taxpayers, I have no confidence that this budget is the best for the children of the city of Bridgeport.
Thank you. Robert Traber. That was me breathing, sorry.
Are you guys talking?
Yeah, we're taking the vote, Ms. Bain.
We'll
Ms.
come back to
Perez
you.
will come back to you. Mr.
Yeah,
Traber.
because somebody took off I couldn't hear you guys at all.
Okay. Right now, it's Mr. Traber, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Microphone for Mr. Traber.
I thought I turned him on. Sorry about that.
I vote no with an explanation for the record. I actually came here tonight expecting to vote yes on a budget. But after we had a proper discussion, I don't feel we've had a proper discussion, and contrary to what was said a moment ago, I truly had one opportunity to ask questions and got through my 10 minutes whether we disagree about 30 seconds. But I would like to have had more chance to go through the packet that we were given at the last minute last week. I have multiple questions still that I hadn't gotten a chance to ask about. So I don't think that's a reasonable request for being asked to vote on a $310+ million budget. So I would like to have had more chance, and I'm voting no simply for that reason. I do think that we need to pass a budget. I would have stayed tonight to get it passed or had a second meeting this week as we were asked to do last week. But this is the second opportunity I've had a chance to even talk about this budget. So I think we should have been given more chance to actually have a proper and responsible discussion. So I vote no for that reason alone.
Thank you. Andre Woodson. Tahiba Bain. It's the updated 2024-2025 budget.
I vote yes for the simple fact that it's needed.
Albert Benahan.
The reason I vote no, because this budget is not clear for the community. When I say community, parents, teachers, students, everyone, it's not clear the way it's supposed to be. Thank you.
5-4.
Okay, the 24-25 updated budget carries.
Motion to adjourn.
And there's been a motion to adjourn. It's been seconded by Ms. Casimiro. All in favor? Aye. The ayes have it. The meeting has
Aye.
adjourned. The time now is 11:20 p.m.
And to all, a good night.